Just take a lot of digging.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session of our June 24th, 2025 Board of Supervisor meeting. I welcome you all here. I call this meeting back to order. I'm going to move that we end closed session and return to the regular session. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Scott Horn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. We are now in regular session. At the end of closed sessions, the meeting must be certified. Be it resolved that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements and only such matters as were identified in the motion to go into closed session were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed session. Is there a motion to certify the closed session?
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Clinton. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Nicely. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I would like us all to now join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Clinton, would you lead us?
Be glad to. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We now, according to our agenda, each week enter a moment of silence where we can bring forward thoughts that we may want to reflect on. I obviously would urge us at this time to really consider our world and our community both. We have a lot of business to take care of today, but as we know, there are a lot of things going on globally that could require our thought and attention and most of all, our prayers, in my opinion. So if we could engage in that moment of silence, please. Thank you. Board members, I have 3 walk-on items that will need to come later in the meeting, and I plan to adjust the agenda to accommodate these items. I would also ask that we pull items 2D, E, and F off of the introduction and place them on the regular agenda before item 4. Is there a motion to amend the agenda?
Motion to amend.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We'll now start with agenda item 2. We'll have our introductions and our recognitions. Ms. Blackburn, would you like to come forward, please, and introduce Ms. Wade?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Lisa Wade, who recently joined the HR team as HR generalist. Lisa was born and raised in Blue Ridge and is proud to be a member of the close-knit community. She graduated from Lord Botetourt, and the tradition continued through her children and a granddaughter who is set to graduate in 2026. Her professional career so far has spanned 39 fulfilling years with Carillion, where she most recently served as Senior Manager of Patient Access. Lisa treasures time with her grandchildren, especially cheering them on in their recreational sports activities. She finds great peace and pride in caring for her family's Blue Ridge property, which has been lovingly maintained by 3 generations. Please join me in welcoming Lisa to the Botetourt team.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. We're glad to have you. And thank you. I know you're glad to have her. Definitely. Wonderful. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Mr. Bowles? Subbing today for Mr. Bowles is Ms. Pendleton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Richard White. He joined us a few weeks ago to fill the vacant position of Erosion and Sediment Control and Stormwater Management Inspector. He is a graduate of West Virginia University with a degree in geography. I know that that's not a Wahoo, but also not a Hokie, so I'm good with that. Rich has a variety of experience in community development and planning, GIS, building inspections, as well as environmental data collection and permitting. He lives in Roanoke with his wife, who is also employed here in the Greenfield Center at New Belgium.
Congratulations to you both and welcome to Botetourt. We're happy to have you. Thank
Go
you.
Mountaineers.
There's a fellow Mountaineer. Fantastic. Thank you and congratulations. Mr. Mormon, are you going to handle the next introduction or Mr. LaRue? It looks like Mr. LaRue will get here faster. Another very positive announcement. Come on down, Dr. Womack.
Dr. Womack, certainly a pleasure to have you here with us today. As you have noted in the local press, is that Dr. Janet Womack was named as the new superintendent of Botetourt County Public Schools. That in itself probably should generate an applause. Her new position will become effective July 1, 2025, and Dr. Womack currently serves as the Assistant Superintendent for Botetourt County Public Schools, a position that she has held since 2015. Dr. Womack began her career in education as a teacher for Botetourt County Public Schools. During her career, she has served as an assistant principal for Roanoke County Public Schools and as a principal for Roanoke County Public Schools, and Botetourt County Public Schools principal as well, culminating in nearly 30 years of experience in public education. Dr. Womack earned her Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies from Virginia Tech. Go Hokies. I'm expecting an applause.
Yeah.
None for me.
And a Master's of Science degree in Leadership from Radford University and a Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics Education from Liberty University. She also is been here. Her mom lives next door to her over behind Daleville Town Center, and actually is one of the neighbors of my son and daughter-in-law and grandson. So we certainly do appreciate you taking on the task and moving forward as superintendent for the Botetourt County school system. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the kind and warm welcome. Truly a privilege and an honor and a blessing to serve in this position at home. So I'm glad to be here. Look forward to collaboration with you all in the next months ahead. And go Hokies and go Botetourt County.
Yeah.
I think someone needs to be keeping a tally of
Yeah.
schools today. We will now move on to agenda item 3. This is the agenda item where we have citizen comments for items that pertain to the agenda today. I have 4 sheets listed for item number 13, which we won't be discussing for a while, but we are going to hear those comments now. So the first person I'm going to call to speak on agenda item 13, Mr. White. Brian, if you would come down, please. Yes. And for you young folks, I am so glad you're here today. What we traditionally do is offer the public the opportunity to speak. We ask that you say your name and where you live for the minutes, and then you are welcome to speak. You have 3 minutes to talk to us, okay? So I picked you because I knew you would know what to do. So you can get us started.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brian White. I live in Buckhannon off Pico Road, and I'm the head tennis coach for the girls tennis team at James River High School. So as we all know, pickleball is a craze. That's the reason why I'm here. Tennis and pickleball can coexist. The only thing that I have an argument on is, can we just spare one tennis court with no pickleball lines at Buchanan Elementary? We can all work together and coexist in this future together because they're both here to stay. And that's all I'm asking. This is our first year at James River having a tennis team. We didn't have a boys team. We had a girls. First year ever, made it to regionals on top of that. So very proud of them. There's a few of my girls here right now, so congratulations on them for making it to regionals first year. But that is the reason why I'm here. I know this project has been in the works for several years, but also behind the scenes, there was works with an employee at James River, Vincent White, that I was discussing matters of a tennis team back in 2019, 2020. And of course, we all know what happened in those years right there with COVID, and it shut down a lot of stuff. But there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I was working on as a tennis program for James River at that time too. But probably a lot of y'all didn't know that. So, but anyway, I just wanted to bring that up with that being said. So, with the lines being overlaid, I want to touch base on that. We have only 2 courts at Buchanan Elementary. It is tough for me as a coach to teach brand new players in and out. And I know the line colors are different, but for a brand new student, kid, player, what have you, it's even tough for me. So to have overlaid lines and to teach and coach this moving forward, it would be great to at least have one court designated for tennis. And then the other one can be overlaid, you know, for the more advanced players and, you know, moving on that doesn't affect them. It affects me playing on a court that has overlaid lines. I don't care what color they are. And if somebody is colorblind, it's going to be even more troublesome for them. So that's the reason why I'm here today, is to request, can we just have one court at Buchanan designated for tennis moving forward with the tennis team? Because we have nowhere else to play, practice, or anything else in Botetourt. LB's had a tennis team for many, many years, and they have to go to Hollins. We cannot travel to Hollins. Safety matters, and it's just too far for us to go there. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
So thank y'all for hearing me.
Thank you. And I'll provide the board more detail about how this discussion has evolved over the past several months as we get to that agenda item. So we'll have some more detail. So thank you, Mr. White. Reagan Childs.
Hello. I apologize for having to read this off my phone, but my name's Reagan Childs and I live in Cheltenville, Virginia, and I'm reading Maggie Brewster's speech on her behalf. Good afternoon. I'm sorry that I was not able to make it to this meeting because I had previous commitments to my church. My name is Maggie Brewster, and I'm proud to stand before you today not only as a student, but as the captain of the James River High School tennis team. A first-generation team that has worked incredibly hard to build something meaningful from the ground up. We are here to talk about something that may seem small on the surface, tennis courts, but to us they mean opportunity, commitment, and community. Right now, Buchanan Elementary is one of the few places we have where tennis can be practiced safely, consistently, and close to home. That's why we are strongly advocating for one dedicated tennis court and one dual sport court at Buchanan Elementary. Here's why that balance matters. A dedicated tennis court gives our team the chance to train seriously, without interruption or scheduling conflicts. Tennis is not just a game to us, it's our sport, our outlet, and our passion. A dual sport court is a fair compromise. It can support other athletic needs like basketball or pickleball while preserving space for tennis as well. It's a solution that supports everyone, not just us. However, turning Buchanan Elementary into a countrywide public pickleball hub would put all of this at risk. The school is an elementary campus. It should be safe, clean, and a peaceful environment for young students and the families who live nearby. A countrywide public court could bring in large crowds, traffic, and unfortunately littering and potential property damage. The reality is, we've all seen how some public use areas end up being treated. trash left behind, equipment damage, and community spaces neglected. We can't let that happen to Buchanan. This school isn't just a building, it's part of our neighborhood, and it deserves to be respected. As student athletes, we poured time, effort, and heart into building this team. We aren't asking for much, just one dedicated court to practice the sport we love, and one shared court to support others. That's not just fair, it's responsible. We know this decision matters, not just to us, but to the future of the sport in our country. We ask that you hear us, not dismiss us. We are young, but we are committed. We are new, but we are passionate. We are first generation, but with the right support, we will not be the last. Help us grow, help us protect our school, help us serve our community the right way. Thank you for your time and for standing with us.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Gracie Matra. And while she's making her way down, I will say that I did go to a couple of their matches this year at Hollins, and they really did fantastic. Their work was evident, and they should be applauded, as you have done. They had a great year and great season. Congratulations on that.
Hi, I'm Gracie Maitre. I live in the Arcadia area down on Buffalo Road, and I'm here to talk on behalf of the tennis team. So we were thinking that dual sport court would be very helpful to both sports. That way we have a dedicated court and they both get the same amount of courts. One of the problems with having two different courts on two different courts is the net heights would be different and it would cause a lot of confusion and unneeded conflict. And some ways to resolve that is having a dual court. That way we can both have courts dedicated to our sports. And there's going to be new people coming in this year, hopefully. And these people, they probably never picked up a tennis racket before. And that would be really hard to learn with both the lines. And both of the lines would be very confusing to even us who have played for a year, because we're not all that educated during tennis. We've only ever played 1 year. If we get two courts on one, it maximizes space and we have one full court to practice on, which will make it easier on us. And yeah, thank you for your time, and that's it.
Well done. Thank you so much. And now we'll hear from Chase Davidson.
All right, my name is Chase Davidson, Fincastle, Virginia. I'm going to echo just a few things that they said. But first, the courts that have been done so far, I think you guys deserve a lot of credit. I've seen the pictures on social media of Blue Ridge Court. I think they look phenomenal. They really do look great. I love the fact that you guys have given that money out for these courts and these parks in the community to be redone. I'll echo them on the dual courts. I think it would be a great opportunity, especially in Buchanan, if we left one of the courts with just tennis lines. Again, same thing for them. I mean, we're taking new kids who they've never played tennis. I don't know if they've watched tennis. So putting them on dual court or dual lines on courts would make it hard, especially for our rising freshmen learning the game. But it's a good way. Also, we're keeping on one tennis court. You can have two pickleball courts. So there's still plenty of availability for pickleball, but it also allows us to have those. And for practice purposes, Buchanan Elementary is the easiest place for James River to practice. We do play our matches at Hollins, but to go down there and practice every day would create it's a safety issue. So that's all I'm asking is basically echoing the same thing that they've spoke. If you guys could consider that. We would definitely appreciate it. But regardless, we appreciate what you already have done in supporting these courts all around the county. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will be discussing that item. If you all want to stay, you're welcome to, and I encourage you to do so, but we will have that discussion when we get to that agenda item. That concludes our citizen comment period for items specific to the agenda. At this time, board members, I ask that we address walk-on item number 1 for today. I think you have all seen the performance agreement resolution. Do you have any questions or concerns? Any questions? If none, the chair would ask for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Clinton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Michael. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to vote. All in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, please say no. That motion has carried. Thank you. Next will be one of the best parts of my day. And I'm going to ask my friend, my colleague, and my boss, Dr. Sandel, to come down to the podium, please. And I'm going to meet you there. You get on this side. So I will give some other folks the opportunity to speak after we read this resolution. But what I would like to say, I could talk for a very long time about this guy. This is an example of how one person can transform not only his workplace, but an entire community. And this man has done that over the past 24 years. He has put together a community college that serves our region and beyond with integrity, with authenticity, and with academic excellence, and with a leadership role in workforce development. And I have been privileged to be a small part of what he has done. He was nominated and elected into the Technology Council Hall of Fame last year. And I had the honor of saying some words about him when that induction occurred. And the two things I want to say about Dr. Sandel is, number one, he leads with yes. And I have taken a lot of lessons from that. I have never once taken an idea to him that he just said no. He said, let's consider that. And how can we do that?
Hard to tell.
And the other thing I would say, the lesson I have learned from him is that it doesn't matter who gets the credit, but that the good work gets done. And that is a mantra that I try to live by every day. So we at the college recognize what you've done, as you know, and at this county, we want to recognize you too. So I'm going to read this resolution. Whereas Dr. Robert H. Sandel has served with distinction as the fourth president of Virginia Western Community College since July 1st, 2001, leading the institution through a period of remarkable growth and transformation. And whereas under Dr. Sandel's leadership, Virginia Western has experienced significant advancements, including over $138 million in new construction and renovations, the establishment of state-of-the-art facilities such as the Fralin Center for Health Professions and the STEM building, and 7 consecutive semesters of enrollment growth as the college emerged from the pandemic. And whereas Dr. Sandel has been instrumental in securing Virginia Western's accreditation for the next decade and strengthening the Virginia Western Educational Foundation's financial position, ensuring sustained support for students. And whereas Dr. Sandel championed the Community College Access Program, or CCAP, a public-private partnership that has, since its inception in 2013 in Botetourt County, provided $1.563 million in tuition assistance to 418 Botetourt County students, thereby expanding access to higher education for local residents. And whereas Dr. Sandel's commitment to workforce development and community engagement has left an indelible mark on the Roanoke Valley and beyond, fostering regional partnerships and promoting economic growth. And whereas after 24 years of dedicated service to Virginia Western Community College and the broader community, Dr. Sandel will retire on June 30th, 2025. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors hereby extends its deepest gratitude to Dr. Robert H. Sandel for his exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment to education and community service. Be it further resolved that the board wishes Dr. Sandel a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement, recognizing his lasting contributions to the citizens of Botetourt County and the region on this 24th day of June, 2025.
Thank you, Amy White, and Board of Supervisors. This is quite an honor. You know, Botetourt is on the go. Botetourt's got a lot going for it, and it's been a pleasure to work with Botetourt for the last 24 years to see the progress that it's made. This facility is a great example of that, how you've transformed this into a education and training facility that meets government and college service. And I appreciate what you do for CCAP. Almost $2 million has been given to the Botetourt students. One thing I always talked about was a student should not have be denied access to college education because of money if it's available. And this Board of Supervisors working with the College Foundation has shared the partnership in that, and y'all made it happen. You guys and ladies have made this happen to make a difference for your students in Botetourt County. It's been a pleasure to work for you and for Botetourt, and I only wish to see good things ahead for Botetourt County. You deserve every bit of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Sandals, one of the things that you had, that Amy brought up was leadership. The leadership that you have given the counties and surrounding area, not only in Botetourt, but also the surrounding areas, the dedication that you've had to do so. And the school that you've built has been absolutely fantastic. But the perseverance that you had when you've been said no to, you persevered through all those things. You've made sure that this CCAP program was happening for those that couldn't. And at that point in time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve $5,000 to increase the CCAP program.
We have a motion to add an additional $5,000 to our CCAP contribution.
Second.
We have a second. Thank you, Supervisor Nicely. Do we have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Sandals.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can add one comment too.
Hold on one second.
I was thrilled when Dr. Sandel showed up in Botetourt County in the Roanoke Valley in 2001. For at least one personal reason. He is, like me, is a graduate of the Citadel. He and I were contemporaries there, didn't know each other, but we were contemporaries. And Dr. Sandel has, as a resolution indicated, elevated everything he's touched, whether it's the community college, whether it's the communities themselves. He is just a first-class individual, high energy and innovative, and just what a Citadel graduate should do, right, Bobby? But I'm so pleased to have known you, pleased to have worked with you, and thank you and Godspeed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next, we have Jason Ferguson. Chief Ferguson, if you could come down, please. Let's discuss the Carilion Clinic Lifeguard Horizon Award. And after that, Mr. Johnson, we would like to talk about the trauma recognition as well. So you'll be next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am excited to be here with you today to provide a little recap on a emergency response that took place back in mid-2024 which we received recognition from Career and Clinic Lifeguard this past week in the form of their 2024 Horizon Award. With me today to speak to that is Mr. Carson Gibson. Carson is a flight nurse with the program out of the Lexington base. So he was on the incident as well as myself and the others that are standing with me this afternoon. There are a number of folks involved in this that couldn't be here today. So we're just going to provide a brief recap about the incident and what made this achievement possible. And certainly Carson will speak to what the award is about.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Carson. I'm with Career and Clinic Lifeguard. And a couple of years ago, Lifeguard as a whole decided that we needed to recognize organizations out there doing outstanding, superb work in a way that was befitting to those people. So we came up with the Horizon Award, which stands for, acronym is high quality, optimistic, resourceful, innovative, zealous, objective, and never quits. And I will tell you, May of last year, that's exactly what happened with this group. They called us on the scene for a flight for a person that had a significant cardiac issue. They called us in a timely manner. They set up an excellent LZ that was as close as possible to the scene. And from there, all of this happened. These guys, I can't even begin to say how lucky you are to have an organization like Botetourt Fire and EMS. I've worked from Central Shenandoah Valley South all the way into Southwest Virginia. And these are some of the best guys I've ever worked with. And Jason's going to talk a little bit about the event and how it unrolled. And it is incredible, the never quit part of this. They just did a superb job.
Thank you, Carson. So just to kind of set the foundation for this, as long as everything works, Beth, you're going to get to hear yourself. We got a clip of the dispatch for this event.
11892 Creek Creek Road, Eagle Rock, chest pain. Meters falling area utility. 11892 Creek Creek Road, Eagle Rock. Hot response for chest pain, 649. On 11892 Creek Creek Road, 15-year-old male, misconscious and breathing, possibly having a heart attack, is very sick, had vomited, diaphoretic, cleamy, having chest pain. He does have prior cardiac history, very pale. They decided to do the logging operation behind the house at this residence. They were trying to get a piece of equipment down towards the roadway to get you guys up to them. Anything else, Reed?
Okay, so it sounds pretty straightforward. Early morning call on Craigs Creek Road, which is in the 11,800 block, is near the Oriskany area of Botetourt County. So you already know that we're in a rural setting. I know that through the triage process, they were able to get the information that, of course, the gentleman involved was experiencing signs and symptoms of a heart attack and that there was a logging operation underway, but that doesn't sound too challenging. You know, they're working on a way for us to get to him and get him to an ambulance. So we would think. Thankfully, the folks that we had on the road that morning, again, collective operation. If it sounds like a duck and it looks like a duck, it's probably a duck. So as part of that, the index of suspicion was that we should probably call for some additional assistance. First and foremost, when somebody's experiencing a heart attack in the rural sections of Botetourt County, all of our folks are empowered that when they hear the things that make their hair on the back of their neck stand up as though there's a heart attack taking place, they know they have the full ability to request the helicopter to be launched before they ever get to the patient. Because as you'll hear, time is muscle when it relates to a heart attack. So for every second that heart muscle is not getting oxygen, the cells in the heart are dying. And the bigger the cellular death, the worse the outcome, right? So they launched the helicopter quickly. Things line up in the stars the way they do. This was at shift change. So Carson and his partner Logan had just came on duty with a new pilot. They were ready to go. So they lifted for our area before we were even there. Second to that, the supervisor that was on duty that day, Andrew Moore, he's really our only part-time supervisor from his years of previous full-time experience. He requested that our special operations team, which countywide, volunteer career doesn't matter. We need people with special capabilities, whether that be rope rescue, RTVs to go in rural wilderness areas to get people and things like that on the road. So all things were being requested before units were even accessing this patient. So you can see that was your Medic 5 is the Eagle Rock medic truck that is staffed out of the Eagle Rock Fire Station. They were the first unit on the road, followed up by all the additional resources. And you can see how those times pair with the lifeguard timeline for their dispatch and response. All right. So just to give you a little better perspective, what would be on your right in the photo, well, I guess it is your left. I'm trying to look at it in reverse. That is a photo from standing at the elevation where the gentleman that was having the heart attack was. On the right, that where my cursor is the helicopter taking a little aerial vantage point of whether or not they could land the aircraft up there where the logging operation was. Unfortunately, due to all this type of debris and the stumps not being removed and there being loose leaf litter and things on the ground, that would not have been a safe vantage point to land the helicopter and alleviate the challenge of moving the person via the means we did, making it more expedient, but the safety risks were too great for that. So that was not how we did business that morning. So this is part, I won't go into all this great detail, but this was part of a presentation. This case was actually requested to be presented at Caribbean Clinic's HeartNet conference about 6 months ago, where the director for lifeguard and myself presented to a group of cardiologists and nurses on what took place here. And you can see Carson there in one of the blue suits and might see some of the other faces behind me in that photograph. That's in the middle of the woods. You obviously can't see the patient's face or anything that would identify him, but he's in front of the gentleman in the blue flight suit that's kneeling down in what's called a Stokes basket, so basically a device for us to carry and move him. What you don't know is that in this picture, this gentleman is unconscious. He's had a breathing tube placed in his airway to breathe for him. He's been sedated so that he can handle that piece of the procedure, and he's receiving external pacing. So the cardiac monitors that we carry on the ambulances, his heart was beating so slow from the heart attack that we needed to provide an external pacemaker source. And ultimately, he was paced for right over 30 minutes before, once we got ready to get him in the aircraft, things started to look, turn for the positive there, and his heart rate picked up. But you don't have to be a paramedic or a cardiologist to read the star meets ST elevation MI criteria on that 12 lead EKG. Basically, what that means is there are telltale signs that indicate he's having a significant heart attack. So an occluded vessel of one of his coronary arteries. So this gentleman received top-notch treatment there in the woods. He was stabilized and secured for transport. And that is one of the most logistically challenging pieces of this is you could not take the RTV that you see everyone loaded on to take him down. That was not driven in or out under its own power. Because of the steepness of the terrain, the safest way to get the RTV in to transport him out was to chain the RTV to a logging skidder. So if you notice up here in this top corner, that big scissor-looking yellow piece, that is the claw of the logging skidder. That logging skidder was used that day to transport several people and some of the equipment in to get up there in a more rapid fashion. Carson had just returned from a knee replacement and hiked it in. He should be getting his own award. So we used that Polaris to safely and effectively transport the gentleman down the hill using the logging skidder to control the descent for the safest mechanism possible, and ultimately got him to the aircraft. You want to speak to your service area and kind of what that means?
This area that you see on the map shows the service area by color of the different lifeguard bases. Blue being Westlake Lifeguard 10, red being the service area of Lifeguard 11 in the Radford area, and then the green being Lifeguard 12 being based out of the Lexington area. All those are approximately 50 miles or less. That would take us about 20 to 25 minutes to get on scene. So to get to these guys, 10 minutes or less on a good day. So.
And the reason that we point that out is because this is what's most telling about how we elected to transfer him to the hospital. What you'll see there by the general Google map and driving distance is from 11892 Craig Creek Road, using the 220 corridor would take an hour and 3 minutes by ground at 47 miles. And going through Newcastle and over the mountain was an hour and 4 minutes at 45 miles. When you're having a heart attack, you don't want to be out of the hospital dealing with that for that long. What you see on the right is the triangulation of where the aircraft flew that day. So the point in the top right is Lexington. The point on the top left is the scene, and the point in the bottom left is Roanoke Memorial's rooftop helipad. 14 minutes from point to point, from the scene to the rooftop. So we cut the time down by more than a third of the overall time that it would have taken us to drive to get him to the hospital. So some key factors just to share with you for success. There was early activation of lifeguard. They had great early communication with the cath lab at RMH. So the patient was able to go directly from the rooftop to the catheterization lab to get that vessel opened up. There was no waiting. There was no stop in the ED, no further assessment. The EKG spoke for itself. The preparation piece, we've got folks that we dedicate our time and energy into making sure that they're trained both from an EMS perspective, a specialty resource and specialty rescue perspective. We've worked for decades with Caribbean Clinic's lifeguard program on collaborating with training, how to set up an LZ, what the helicopter carries that is beneficial, and when to call for it. The execution, I think a lot of those pictures speak for themselves in terms of getting to the patient quickly, starting the right care very early on, coming up with a creative solution to overcome that logistical transfer of the patient off of the mountain. And then, of course, lifeguard implementing the advanced cardiac care capabilities that they have. And then last but certainly not least is the cooperation. This, again, another example of a seamless event, whether it be looking at it from a system perspective, career and volunteer workforces working together as one, without doubt, without question, everybody forming as an immediate team. And then, of course, lifeguards' seamless integration into that. That's what they do, is drop out of the sky and join the team and take care of the business and add the benefits that they can provide to the situation. So the outcome for this gentleman, from the time that the first paramedic got to him until the time he had a device placed in his heart to open up his vessel, was 150 minutes. The American Heart Association goal on a sunny day is 90 minutes. So even though it wasn't in that goal, that's like living in the downtown, taking a trip to the hospital, getting a catheterization for an emergent situation. It took almost 2 hours of that time to get him out of the woods and to the helicopter and to the hospital. So that's a pretty astounding timeline. The catheterization found that he did have a coronary artery blocked 100%. That was immediately corrected. He spent 2 days in the hospital and was discharged home, with some after effects, but was discharged home functional, neurologically intact, still living life. So in soup to nuts, that's what the event was and what the award is about. Last Friday evening, folks got the opportunity to take a trip. So as part of the Horizon Award, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this award has only been in place for 3 years. This is our second win. We don't generate these events. It's an outside group of folks looking at your agencies and nominating us for this award and putting forth the effort to speak to all the reasons why things were done the way they should be done as an example. So all the folks involved in this had the opportunity to get a free ride on the helicopter for about 5-10 minutes. We did it in the Eagle Rock area this time because the predominance of the folks were from down that way. And, everybody involved, we're very grateful to have them as part of the team. Their involvement that day, it took every single person pulling in the same direction to make this thing happen. So just want to acknowledge everybody for that. I'll answer any questions.
Any questions, comments from the board?
Awesome.
I think demonstrates the efforts and the times that we've put into the programs and how it's paying off for the citizens of the community. And thank you very much for recognizing the work. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You all. Steve, anything?
Congrats. That's Chief Ferguson. So this was an exceptional incident and carried out very well. Obviously, there's lessons to be learned, whether it's successful or not successful. So what do you do in terms of briefing your remaining staff, anybody on fire and EMS who ought to know what happened and some of the things that you did to make it successful? Is this promulgated to your entire staff and meetings?
Sure. So one of the things that we do, I know she's been here a couple of times, but obviously her time is pretty busy, and that's Dr. Bernier. So one of the things that we do every single month is we do a case review where all the providers in the agency, whether in person or on a Teams call, meet with her, and we handpick cases of varying natures, whether it be a patient refusal where somebody decided not to go to the hospital or the most critical incident. And we review 100% of our airway cases where we put somebody unconscious and put a breathing tube in. All of those have to be reviewed at 100% with her. So we do that monthly. That is one way to verify that people get to hear about and see what happened on other providers' cases. It's very familiar to what the medical world would do in a clinical setting where physicians banter about what their case was, what could have been done better, what was done excellent. And then quarterly, we host 2 days of back-to-back same training so that multiple shifts can get it, what we call grand rounds. Again, Dr. Bernier, as well as other presenters, come in and speak to high-risk, low-frequency topics and what we can do to be better prepared for those. So those are just a couple of examples of how we do that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your work, and so happy for that positive outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Say one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I just want to emphasize that the MS agency that you have here in Botetourt is world-class. Like I said, I've dealt with multiple agencies around the state, and every time I come here, it's like a well-orchestrated conductor doing a great job. Everything's perfect. It's fantastic. It's just amazing how well that they do, and they work hard at doing what they do. So thank you for
Thank
letting us
you.
be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Chief Ferguson, thank you for your Now we'll have our next group come down. The HCA Lewis Scale Trauma Recognition.
Good afternoon.
Well, staying kind of along the same lines, I have the distinct pleasure this afternoon of bringing to light one more recognition that our team has received. This one comes by way of Lewis Gale Medical Center and their trauma team, of which we have 3 representatives here. And we definitely appreciate them recognizing us. And I'm just reading directly from the certificate that's being presented. This is a certificate of excellence in recognition from Lewis Gale Medical Center for outstanding service, unwavering dedication, and exceptional performance in the care of trauma patients. The specific call that earned this recognition happened on October 22nd of last year. And while it wasn't as remote as the last call that was presented, this one also happened in the Eagle Rock area, but it was in an area that required the assistance of about 16 responders, both career and volunteer. This gentleman, I believe, was hunting. He was using his ATV and rolled his ATV and ended up sustaining some pretty major fractures and internal injuries. And this gentleman, once again, several team members behind me here were part of that team that had to use technical rescue resources and ropes and ATVs also to get this gentleman out of the woods to be transported by ground to Lewis Gale Medical Center and their level 2 trauma center. So we just wanted to bring these gentlemen and ladies down to present this award, and we definitely appreciate Lewis Gale. But yeah, this gentleman apparently had a really good outcome, although he was in the intensive care, I think you said, for about 4 days. So another success story on how our team members do an excellent job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, both of you all, for your leadership. That is so important. And I think you are on both of these. I want you on my team. Absolutely. Well done, everybody. Thank you that were part of that. Thank you all so much. We will now move back onto our regular agenda. Item number 4 is our consent agenda. I think all board members have had the opportunity to review that. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, if there's no questions, I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve our consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll bring down Ms. Katie Davis for our items 5 and 6. First, we'll have the approval of transfers and additional appropriations.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. June was a busy month. So for the month of June, we have 5 budget transfer requests. This includes quarterly transfer requests from various departments to the sheriff's office for vehicle repairs. We additionally have 2 quarterly transfers from multiple departments to purchasing for both store supplies usage and fuel related to pool cars. There's 1 transfer request for HR to move funds around to align with expenses related to payroll processing. And the last transfer request is to move funds from the general fund to the courthouse fund related to a bond payment for the new circuit courthouse. Additionally, there are 9 pass-through appropriations for the month. The first 3 include multiple appropriations to correction and detention, dispatch, and the sheriff's office related to reimbursement of various items. The next is to appropriate funds to the sheriff's office for a federal ground transportation safety grant. There are 2 appropriations for fire EMS, one from the Western Virginia EMS Council and one for a donation received. Let's see, there's an appropriation for the sports complex for an insurance reimbursement received. An appropriation for maintenance for the sale of surplus equipment that will be used to purchase a new trailer. And finally, an appropriation of the Department of Historic Resources grant for the Botetourt County Museum related to invoices received. There's no regular appropriations for the month. Are there any questions on the transfers or appropriations that I can answer at this time?
Does the board have any questions for Ms. Davis?
If no questions, I ask for move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to approval of accounts payable and ratification of the short accounts payable list.
For the month of June, the total amount being requested for approval is $913,963.73. Please note that this amount is a little bit lower than normal. That is because we have one AP run for your approval. Since this is the last month of the fiscal year, we've extended our AP deadline out a bit this month, so that will come before the board next month for ratification. So notable disbursements for the month included 98,000 to, I'm sure I'm going to say it wrong, but Tech for the video surveillance system for the jail. And additionally, 67,000 paid to Astronics for a portable communication systems analyzer / tester for emergency communications. Are there any questions related to the accounts payable for the month of June?
Any questions from the board? Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion also carries. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for your work, as always. I think we have time before our 3 p.m. public hearing to hear from Mr. Blevins and our VDOT monthly update.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me again this month. Before I get started, I did want to introduce Andrew Thorpe. He took Robin Keeler's place. She left me to go to the Bedford residency, boo. Back in January, we were finally able to fill the position. Andrew worked for VDOT previously in Fredericksburg residency, and him and his wife moved down here for her another opportunity for her. So we're glad to have him. He's got some experience in a large area with a lot more population, but he's already been giving us some great ideas. So I wanted to make sure I had a chance to introduce him.
Welcome.
He may be presenting to you at some point. Please be nice to him as you always were to Robin. Save it up for me. So. For this month, we're still doing the resurfacing contracts for our paving schedules for the year. Those are underway, but I don't think they've started wholesale in Botetourt yet, but it should be on its way. As far as land development projects, we've had several under review. Some we're waiting on responses for that we haven't seen in a little while. We had about 11 permits issued over the last month, mostly utility, private entrances, and commercial entrances. That's for the projects. The one out here at International Parkway is complete. It is still open technically, waiting for some final vegetation to move in. The Hunter's Green full depth reclamation project that's been awarded. They're still waiting until about midsummer to actually start that. Should start sometime in the next few weeks. I haven't seen an update lately, but I can get that before next month. As for the planned routine maintenance, we're just mostly mowing, doing some grading on gravel roads. As this time of year, we get a lot of dust control complaints due to dry weather, we did have some major storms last week, but thankfully most areas in Botetourt fared well. Other than the Eagle Rock area, we had a little bit of flooding, and again, mostly just general road repairs, mowing, pothole patching, general things we do this time of year. Did anybody have any questions or issues for me?
First of all, any questions for Mr. Blevins? Well, let's go down. How about Blue Ridge?
Oh, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Castle?
Well, thanks for y'all's reaction down around Eagle Rock and out on Groveville. Appreciate it. I'm
Yes,
sure
sir.
there's still more to be done, but
Always.
all these emergencies that we really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Amsterdam?
Question about construction, construction underway at Tinkerview Gardens and the Millstone residential.
The new subdivision Millstone. Yep.
I know in that area in general, we have for some years now been seeking ways to ease the traffic and do something more about possible safety issues. And one of the things that have been asked for, if you'll recall, was four-way stops. And I understand VDOT's opposition to those, but I would ask that, especially with the new construction underway and the increased traffic that will follow, that we rethink that. And if we can't come up with some kind of a traffic calming solution before it becomes a problem.
We can reconsider it and look at it. I mean, in our last reviews, as you know, we looked at it extensively over a couple of months and did traffic counts and speed studies, and none of them actually showed a true traffic, speeding problem or a traffic problem for that matter. A lot of the traffic was going in and out of the neighborhood because we were doing an origin destination on both ends, and some of it were stopping inside the neighborhood before they came out. Some of them weren't. So it's a little hard to do traffic calming if traffic calming isn't actually warranted. I mean, maybe it's changed, and maybe after construction it definitely would be. But it's kind of hard to solve a problem before it exists. But as you know, always stops are, as I'm sure we've explained to you before, that's not something we typically like to use for traffic calming. There is a warrant, and we were just talking about it for another neighborhood in Roanoke County recently that there is a warrant for volumes, but it's very rarely met. It has to be very, very high, for that type of warrant for an always stop. And I don't think that this would kind of hit that, but we can definitely look at it. And Nicole pointed out to me that we think that the Millstone neighborhood may have shown an always stop in there, and that really it's just shown graphically on there. That wouldn't be allowed unless it was approved by us later during construction before we'd accept it. So just as a note.
Okay, thank you for what you can do.
Yes, sir.
How about Valley?
Yes, Brian, thank you for an update on Hunter's Green. Hopefully that will get started. Also, Highland Manor and that pothole or that sinkhole that's up there. I'd certainly like to know some things about that.
Yeah, actually, Andrew may have some updates. That's the Sierra Court, the one with that we're going to do the curbing first. When do we have that scheduled?
So the concrete work for that is scheduled this week, actually. Then I believe it was the Water Authority.
Aqua.
Okay.
Aqua, yeah.
We'll be coming in and doing some asphalt work to repair that as well.
Boy, that took a long time.
It did, but Aqua had some trouble obtaining someone to actually do the paving for them. We're going to do the curb work because we have a contractor who can do it, and they're already going to be in the area. I didn't know the schedule. But thank you. But so at least we're moving forward with something there.
The last thing, and I want to give this, as Steve Clinton's been harping on exit 150, and we have some weeds where the old gas station is there, and, might be some wild animals in there. I don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff that's in there that we don't know. I'd like to get them down so that get that cut up if we could and cleaned up in there.
Yeah, we can see about the weeds and stuff. That is something that is our property now. Like I said, taking it down would be pretty difficult to do, especially since the contractor technically owns the area now. But we can look into the vegetation for sure. Like I said, they do actually have plans to remove those and do the demo sometime next year, probably in the spring, April, May. But right now, their first work will be widening and hardening shoulders on 81. That'll be their first main thing. This is a 6-year plan. It's a 6-year project. So there's a lot of work to do on 81 before they even get to that, to start shifting traffic. But I'll definitely let them know that that's been a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And of course, last month we talked about Pico Road, and I checked in with you this month about it, and I think you were fixing it as I was typing.
I believe so.
But I think the residents up there, I know, are appreciative of that. The problem with that road is there's just so many overhanging trees. And we do get a lot, for whatever reason, there's tractor trailer traffic through there. And a lot of people up there also have campers. So those overhanging trees are a real problem and a real burden for the folks that live up there. So thank you for your attention to that. And as far as I know, that's been completed.
Yes, as far as I know, they were working on it those days. They were doing like trimming with their crew. the district-wide contract, there is no contract in place for trimming for any high, like bucket work, bucket truck type work right now. They're working on reissuing that contract as we speak. So anything any higher, like much broader than that, would be kind of difficult for us to perform at the moment. But we can definitely keep an eye on as the summer goes forward. And if you
Sure.
have anything, please just let us know.
Thank you. And do you have any information on the blockages on Frontage Road?
I did transfer that to the Buchanan area headquarters and through maintenance manager Kevin Ham. I don't know where they are with the schedule on that, but they have been a little shorthanded. They've had some folks out on short term and some things like that. But I know they do have it on schedule to actually do some work there.
And thank you for that. My last item for today, the bridge work that's occurring at 162. We had talked about the bridge at 160 when it used to be 7. Will a similar repair, because there's some notable damage on that bridge as well. I didn't know if it was, and we talked about it. You said that it wasn't scheduled for repair, but I just wanted to take a look at it since we're fixing 162.
Yeah, and then 162 was already planned. I think that's a like a maintenance maintenance thing. It's not so much the aesthetic issues of the panels and everything coming off of there. That was a pre-planned deck repair, I believe, for that one. And there is some work for the I think it's the off ramp, the northbound off ramp, to extend that deceleration lane coming up later. So that's at 162 as well, but I don't think so. But I can ask
If
about
you could double
updates.
check on that
I can see if
bridge.
they have any updates for that. Yeah.
Sure thing. Thank you. Anything else for Mr. Blevins? Wonderful. Thank you,
Yep.
as always, for your support.
Yep. Thank you.
I think we will move now to item 11, our 3 p.m. public hearing. Ms. Pendleton, are you going to lead us with that? Thank you so much. And I think our applicants are here. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, members of the board, we're presenting a public hearing item to you in the afternoon session. It's just a little bit different than the only one like this that you'll ever consider, and I'll go into that just a little bit in more detail. The request, let's see. Can I drive this? Is a request from Summers Property requesting authorization to extend a special exception permit that was previously approved for the use of multifamily dwellings up to 16 dwelling units per net acre until July 1st, 2027. And this is based on a certain extension in the State Code of Virginia that was enacted in 2020 to address challenges developers faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, this is in the Code of Virginia. And this site is located at 168 Bonnie View Lane in Roanoke. It is accessed, though, by Summerfield Court and identified on the tax map as parcel 107-200. So they're familiar with the property. It is adjacent to the Summerfield Court development. And like I mentioned, in 2016, this special exception permit was approved along with a rezoning to R3 with conditions, proffered conditions submitted by the applicant, as well as conditions imposed by the board at that time, in order to construct what is similarly shown to, and I apologize, is a little blurry, to this concept plan that was presented at that time. Like I mentioned, in 2020, when the state enacted and extended legislation for special exception permits that would expire in our ordinance, it's 5 years. Technically, it would have expired in 2021. However, every year up until this year, the General Assembly extended that extension by 1 year. So if effective July 1, 2025, then by the way the zoning ordinance is written, this special exception permit would then would expire because there had been no site plan filed or development occurring. So when we worked with developers on this, we actually talked a little bit about potential options to move forward. They could have filed a site plan. It wouldn't have been very detailed or have full engineering at this time. And so We don't also typically give a recommendation when we make these, but in this instance, we did in our background memo to the Planning Commission as well as to you all, because this avenue seemed like an easier approach for us, rather than having to review a site plan that we knew wouldn't be ready yet, to just make this request on behalf of the applicants to the Planning Commission and then to you all. And the Planning Commission did recommend unanimously to send that approval forward to you all with an expiration 2 years from now. And so that being said, there are no changes that are being presented. There are no changes being made. Access strictly off of Summerfield Court. And again, anything that the applicants proffered at that time would still be in effect, and any conditions by the board. Specifically, one of those that's come up is access on Bonneview Lane. So there is actually fencing and landscaping required, which would completely seal off any access at this point in time from the Bonneview. And so only Summerfield Court would be the way to access that development. I believe that will conclude my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions, and the applicants are also here.
Any board members have questions for Ms. Pendleton? Okay, I think we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Public hearing for Valley District Summers Properties LLC, who is requesting authorization to extend the conditionally approved SEP for the use of dwelling, multifamily, up to 16 dwellings per net acre until July 1, 2027, based on extension of approvals to address the COVID-19 pandemic of the Code of Virginia. The address is 168 Bonneview Lane, Roanoke. Would any members of the public like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. Any discussion by the board? Any questions for the applicants?
No questions, no discussion. I move to approve the request to extend the validity of the special exception permit.
We have a motion to extend.
Second.
We have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Pendleton. Ms. Phillips, if you would like to come down for agenda item 8, the consideration of the incentive fund request.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Library Incentive Fund, as you probably remember, provides county matching funds for nonprofit groups, citizen groups, or business financial donations that help support capital improvements at the libraries. We have a request here from the Friends of the Blue Ridge Library. They recently purchased furnishings for our Blue Ridge branch. The furnishings that we had are probably 3 or 4 decades old at this point, and they're starting to deteriorate. We're having to move some out of use for condition. So they funded a $10,000 project to provide new furnishings for the library that included comfortable seating, some side tables, and chairs that go at the various tables we have at the library. So on May 14th, the Library Board of Trustees voted unanimously to fund this project with the Library Incentive Fund up to that 50% match that is provided. So the ask of the Friends of the Blue Ridge Library is for $5,000 for 50% of the total project costs of $10,000. So you have on your agenda packet, you can see the different furnishings that they bought. There's some photos in there. But their request is that you would grant this approval of the Library Incentive Fund to help cover 50% of the costs, and that way they can help fund further projects at the Blue Ridge Library.
Thank you.
Have any questions?
Any board members have questions for Ms. Phillips?
I don't have any questions, but I'll just comment. This is an excellent move. I think the furniture is top notch. It'll certainly stand the test of time, I think, in the library. And it's an appropriate use, in my opinion, of the incentive fund. So I'd be all for it.
Thank you, Supervisor Clinton. Any other comments? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I'll convert my comments to a motion.
We have a motion to approve Supervisor Clinton. We have a second, Supervisor Nicely. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
the Friends of the Blue Ridge Library and to the users of the Blue Ridge Library. We'll ask Ms. Davis to come back. And we'll address item number 9, the budget appropriation resolution and adoption for the capital improvement plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. What we have for your consideration is the appropriation of the FY26 budget, which was, as you recall, approved in April, and additionally the adoption of the capital improvement plan. So attached there, you'll see the FY26 budget appropriation resolution and the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2026 to 2030. Please note that the CIP for fiscal years 2027 to 2030 is solely for planning purposes, meaning we are not seeking legal authorization to spend funds at this time. It is requested that the board adopt the proposed FY26 budget appropriation resolution, firstly, and secondly, adopt the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 to 2030 for planning purposes. Are there any questions I can answer?
Anyone have questions for Ms. Davis? Any comments? Any motions?
So move.
We have a motion to approve,
Second.
and we have a second. Thank you, Supervisor Michael and Scott Horn. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for your work again.
Thank you.
We'll ask Ms. Pendleton to come back. We're getting some exercise today at least.
I was just at Water Country with my kids, and I can tell you, I'll take those steps to the ones with the slides any day. So thank you again. This is a request from Altech Industries to formally seek the abandonment of the portion of South Center Drive that extends past the driveway entrance to Greenfield, to our property. And their intent is they're expanding, they continue to expand their campus footprint and have a lot of needs for parking and looking for some way to accommodate that additional parking and enhancing safety and security. So they had recently reached out to us. They've acquired additional property, as you can see from the work that's being done. And however, you do see the green space out there that is perpetually cannot be developed. And so again, they're a little bit out of room. And so they had asked us in VDOT if we'd be willing to consider, if you all would be willing to enter into any conversations about the vacation of that road. And so what we're asking to do is just look for a resolution of support to engage in those conversations with Altech and their engineers in order to see what that might look like, and then come back to you at a future date with an action item and formal recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions? Just to be clear, we are approving, if we approve, this is just to engage in conversations. This isn't the final decision.
Yes.
So we haven't seen the final, what the plan would look like.
That's right.
Awesome. Questions?
No questions, Madam Chair. Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
That
you.
motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Pendleton. Okay, Ms. Lunsford. This should be a fun one. Tell us all about fire camp, please.
Good afternoon. I'm here to just share a couple details of our 2025 Girls Fire Camp that we held this year. As you may know, we've done this for 4 years now, so this is our 4th year in a row being able to do this, and this year we had 50 girls join us. The goal of the camp is to educate young girls on the fire and EMS field. This is also to bring awareness to volunteer opportunities. That includes the kids as they grow up, but also their parents. and promote confidence and leadership for young women in a male-dominated field. And this provides hands-on experience and team building activities for them. And there'll be a couple pictures in here. The overview of the camp is that we had 50 attendees. Those were divided into 8 groups. We had 4 groups of 1st through 5th grade, and then 4 groups of 6th through 12th grade. They worked on fire science, fire safety. They learned about anatomy of the lungs. They did stop the bleed. They were able to cut up some cars and do extrication. We have a lovely maze that some of our employees built, and they do some gear drills. They learn how to tie ropes and do a zip line, and then the Virginia Department of Forestry comes out and teaches them a little bit about that. At the end of the day, they end with an empowerment session. We have a local guidance counselor that comes out. Our fire wife of Adam Murray, Ramona Murray, comes out and does a lesson with them on that as well. And this is a picture of the ultrasound station. Dr. Bernier came out and helped us, and we ultrasounded one of our paramedics' eyeballs.
Mhm.
We had support from several sponsors and included 5 departments that joined the effort. That include Harrisonburg, Rockbridge, York County, the Navy Region Mid-Atlantic Fire and Emergency Services around Virginia Beach, and Chesterfield. And these are some of the ladies that joined us there. This is the part where they cut up the car. That's always their favorite. And then we had 40 leaders that participated in this camp to make it possible, whether that's setting up beforehand or the day of. And that involved 21 career staff, a volunteer from Fincastle, our medical director, Dr. Bernier. We had 3 folks from Carilion Trauma Outreach that helps with this event, 2 from the Virginia Department of Forestry, 7 members total from the Virginia chapter of the Women in Fire Service, and 3 community members. And then, of course, the 2 guidance counselors at the end. But overall, it was a super successful camp, and we appreciate your support and being able to show that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fantastic work. Any questions for Ms. Lunsford? Comments? That's really outstanding. What are the girls at the end? Are they motivated to do this work? How do they respond to all this?
We have one lady named Nix Miller who interviewed with the news for this story, and she plans to be a paramedic when she grows up. So that's why she's been a repeat camper for 3 years in a row. But we do have some first timers that come, but we do see quite a few returning kids that want to do this as a career or as a volunteer.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Well done.
Thanks. I have one more surprise piece. We just finished our recruitment video from our community outreach and engagement work group, and I have the draft for you all to view today if you would like to see it.
Yes, thank you.
When I was 17, I joined the Virginia Army National Guard. I deployed to Somalia in 2022, and when I returned home in 2023, I was unsure of my next step.
Started my journey at 16, a high school kid with a dream to serve others. After 9/11, my passion for the fire service was reignited. I knew I needed to make a real impact on my community. While looking for a fresh start at 19, I moved from Los Angeles to Roanoke, and I began working as a lineman. I've always known I wanted to work in medicine and help people since I was a little kid.
I began volunteering in 2006 while in school. That quickly became a passion, and I eventually made that my career.
My dad was a firefighter, and after joining my first volunteer department, I found a voice and a second home. The rush of running calls, the quick thinking, the problem solving. I love the unpredictability of the job and being there when people need me most.
It's more than a job, it's a calling. I'm proud to make a difference every day for those that we serve.
I've learned many different ways to help my community, whether it be running on the ambulance or on the fire engine. Since becoming a volunteer, every call from accidents to fires has pushed me to grow and expand my skills, deepening my connection to my community.
Joining Botetourt Fire and EMS gave me the ability to work with my medical knowledge as well as be a part of a team.
And together,
Career and volunteer
are each a vital part of our team.
at Botetourt County
Department of Fire and EMS.
Join the team today.
Yeah. I think that message that we can have two entities coexisting and supporting each other very well is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Any other comments, questions for Ms. Lunsford? Chief Ferguson?
I just came down to make sure I reinforce that Taylor is behind the scenes doing an amazing job. The Girls Fire Camp, a lot of energy. Sometimes we have to contain it, but it's all great stuff. And I think the video is kind of a pinnacle this year of that next step that she's been working on, trying to revitalize some of our branding and how we recruit folks. It really just humbles my heart to see how we're continuing to build the team, the stories that you've heard today, the camp recap. I hope it reinforces to the whole community what we're here to do, what we're about, and how we can continue to forge ahead as a team.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you both. Great. So now we will come to agenda item 13. I think Mr. Mormon is going to lead that discussion. Would you like me to set this up with the history that I know? So this is regarding the capital improvements at the Buchanan Park. So as you know, maybe, we have been working for a couple years. The tennis courts at Buchanan Elementary School are owned by the county, but they are located at the school. This is one of those areas that impacts both entities. And the tennis courts were in pretty gross disrepair. And some community members had talked to me about getting those improved. And by and large, what we heard was that we want pickleball courts that are accessible to the community for free recreational opportunities. And so we proceeded to investigate that and try to make that happen. We worked with Victor Morales in Parks and Rec, our director, and the previous director regarding that. Things never happen as quickly as we would like them to. But over the past couple years, we have gotten a plan in place. We appropriated the money to do that, both in Blue Ridge and in Buchanan. The Blue Ridge courts have opened, and obviously you heard earlier, seem to be well received and successful. Well, along this path of getting the tennis courts refurbished and to add pickleball courts to those, what we did not know that I didn't know that you heard earlier, I didn't know, but parallel work was going on at the high school to promote interest and support of a girls tennis team. This is a new team at James River High School, a new athletic opportunity. And I was contacted probably, 6-9 months ago, first by Brian White about the girls using those courts. And so we've engaged in many discussions over the past 6 months, I'll say. And where we are is that the plan was in place to have 2 tennis courts with 4 pickleball courts marked on the tennis courts so that they could be used for tennis or for pickleball. This is what I've learned or what I understand from research is that this is a pretty standard practice. What we were going to do is mark them differently. Okay, so the lines are different colors. Tennis has to be white, but the pickleball can be a contrasting color to help users understand. That's probably just fine and dandy for the general public. But what I have learned from the tennis players, families, and coaches, and the athletic directors is that that's not ideal to teach new people playing tennis because the lines can be confusing. One option that was brought to the table that we investigated was to have removable pickleball lines. So have it set up for tennis and use removable lines. And I will say the coach at James River volunteered, said he would gladly be in charge of taking the lines up and putting the lines down, moving the nets. What we learned from the contractor that is installing the tennis courts is that that really takes a big toll on the surface. And pulling them up and putting them back down and pulling them up again can fray the surface of the tennis courts, and you're going to end up with problems. And I think I understood that that would negate the warranty that we were receiving with Victor shaking his head, yes. As we are buying this new tennis court, that would negate our warranty for that. So we had a meeting, like I said, I've talked with Brian White a lot, and we had a meeting with some parents, and where we landed was a possible compromise of let's keep one tennis court that is dually used, as it will have the pickleball lines and it will have the tennis lines. But then let's, at least for a time, and this is up for discussion for the board to discuss and ultimately make a decision on today. But could we leave one of the courts marked just for tennis and kind of gauge our use over time? Is the public happy with that? Is that serving our constituents? And it gives our tennis team a time and a place to get established, and for the newer players to learn on a court that does not have dual purpose lines. That is one idea that we came up with. I kind of asked that our progress on the courts be halted so that we could have this discussion. I shared with some community members that this discussion was going to happen. You heard from some of the users today. Mr. Mormon, I'll turn to you to fill in some details, and administratively, if you want to fill in what the situation is.
Actually, Chair White, you did a really good job. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. Thank you very much.
Pickleball, tennis, pickleball, tennis.
You become an expert here.
Some things got to keep you up at night, right?
Yeah. The only thing I would add is, as you all know, the dual marking courts were part of the CIP. That's what we were in the process of implementing. We did have a contract in place. The work's been completed in Blue Ridge, and as Ms. White said, it turned out really, really well. We've been very pleased, and those courts have been received well. So far, to my knowledge, Victor, tell me if I'm wrong, no conflicts, no issues with the dual play. Is that right in Blue Ridge? Yeah. There are movable nets that are used for pickleball, and so they can be put in place when someone wants to play pickleball, removed when someone wants to play tennis, as Ms. White said, a pretty common practice. We have put the contractor on hold pending your guidance on the Buchanan Park courts. From a staff perspective, we're happy to do whatever it is that the board wishes us for us to do. The contractor is equally cooperative, so whatever the board's pleasure is, we'll be happy to execute. And I know I'd be happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Morales would as well.
Yeah. I just will add one other thing or two other things. At the high school, there is no place. There are no tennis courts. There's no place for this team to practice. So that's not an option. As Mr. White said, and there's no relation. So let's not get confused there. There is no, it's really not a great idea to put kids from James River on the road every day to Hollins to practice. They have to go there to play their matches right now. But there are safety concerns with them being on the road. Plus, it's a lot of time that takes away from when they should be on a court. I will add, too, that the other voice in the room has been Jenny Wilson from our school board. She has also met, we at the same time met with the group of family and the players, and Jenny has written a letter, I think, to Victor. The feeling from the school board is that they would like to see this compromise and one of the courts reserved for the James River High School team. So that's all the background that I have. I welcome your thoughts and your discussion.
Right. Madam Chair, I think that this is I think it's a great compromise, absolutely wonderful compromise. But do we have space for another court? Is there space there that we would have to
look at that and look at a master plan for the park to see whether we could accommodate more courts. One thing that we have never done is we've never made any plans or provision to support school athletics at any of our county parks. That's not a discussion we've ever had with school leadership. So right now, school teams are welcome and encouraged to use our facilities just like anyone else in the county. Right now, our policies are that if school teams want to have dedicated reserve use, they need to reserve those facilities. There is a fee that is payable. They can use them just like any other individual or group in the county. If that is another thing that the board would like us to look at doing differently, if the board would like us to dedicate county park facilities for school team use and to provide priority use, that's something we can look at and do, but that's not been the plan and it's not been the practice. It's not been the design of facilities. It's not the current policies. But again, staff is happy to do whatever the pleasure of the board is.
This is not where a competition is going to take place. This is just for a practice.
Correct.
If I'm understanding that right.
Correct. And currently,
If there are
teams.
two, I think, and Victor, I would welcome your comments on this. My understanding is you have to have 4 courts. You're shaking your head no.
There's
I'd agree.
there's not a Virginia High School League rule that pertains to facilities.
Is it a best practice that there are 4?
I couldn't speak to that. I don't know.
Thank you, board. Just happy to answer your questions. Just note that my main job is just to offer information, and I'm happy to support whatever decision is made by you all. So I have read through the VHSL guidelines and also have spoken to Ty Gafford, who's the assistant director for VHSL, who focuses on rules, regulations, and all that. Nothing in the VHSL guidelines specify how many courts are needed. Nothing specifies the blended lines or any of that. They refer to the U.S. Tennis Association to make those judgment calls. Now, reading the U.S. Tennis Association guidelines, they do give guidelines on how to lay out courts, what dimensions are needed to make them playable surfaces, that they have to be 78 foot by 36 foot, that the primary playing surface has to be white with the background color. When there's dual use lines, blended lines, they have to be 25% lighter in the same color foundation. It has to be 8 centimeters between terminations. There's a lot of different little guidelines there, but none of them ever specify what allows a facility to be for game use. The only thing in the U.S. Tennis Association that has any kind of specifications around what can be used is for international games. So international games could not be played on these courts, but it is up to the jurisdiction, such as the VHSL, to determine if they're playable. But according to VHSL, the man that I spoke to on the phone, there are no specifications. I will definitely say that it is a best practice, or in the ideal world, there is pure dedicated pickleball, there is pure dedicated tennis. I will say from an efficiency perspective, it would be amazing if there were 4 tennis courts for gameplay because of, as you can imagine, you have 2 teams with 12 players each. The more games you can play in a shorter period of time. These are all just based off of the guidelines, which once again, most guidelines are relatively the minimum requirements. Now, it may be the preference of an official, it may be the preference of somebody else, but according to all the documentation that is publicly available, that's the information that I have for you.
So if I may ask.
Yes.
A couple questions I have is, number one, do we have the room to put another court in that area? That's number one. Number two would be, isn't there a SA or a tennis association to go ahead and put or grant a grant forward to help out?
Yeah.
And would that help? in a portion to build that?
It would help with a portion. So at that site behind the elementary school, there is some land next to it. Obviously, kind of like what Mr. Moorman said, it's never been in the plan to develop that site for that. So obviously there'd be some engineering involved in that, costing, pricing it out overall, just looking at kind of building 2 new tennis courts. I had sent you all some information in the past about what that might cost. Obviously you can do it in different ways, but putting it up to a high school level with lights and all that, probably a $500,000 investment at least to do that. USTA, there is a grant that they do have available every single year. There's some that are available from the Mid-Atlantic region, which is where we're at. There's some available in the national kind of area as well. They offer up to a certain amount of money. So depending on the amount of courts you have, and I don't know the specific numbers off the top of my head, I can pull that up and send it to you all at any time. If you were to build 2 courts, you'd be eligible for maybe $40,000 in grant funding for that. You'd also be given some of their professional expertise in that. But the funding isn't, completely for the court. If anything, it's likely closer to 20% and maybe 10% of what the court would cost. That could be used for various different purposes, but it has to be for dedicated tennis courts But that is a grant that if this was a direction that we wanted to create tennis courts, I would be the first one to fill out that grant. As you know, I always try and serve the community the best that I can with the appropriate amount of money for everything that we can. So when it comes to these dual use courts, with the ideal world being that there are pure dedicated tennis courts, pure dedicated pickleball courts. I'm sure if you were to build 20 pickleball courts, people would be very happy with that. But with the $40,000 that's been allocated for the project, this is kind of the biggest bang for the buck. But once again, I leave that to you all on the decision that you choose to make.
I kind of think we have two layers of decision here. We need to decide immediately what we're going to do with these two. And then we can think about down the road.
And that's what I'm thinking about is, first of all, I think the concept is great. I think just leaving one as a tennis, one as a pickleball, I think it's fantastic. But let's take a look in the future to find out if we can look at one other additional tennis court and then make the other one pickleball, or maybe two tennis courts. So I would certainly like to put that up for the board for review.
Yeah. Are there other comments? Supervisor Clinton, any comments?
Well, on the overall discussion, yes, I do, not necessarily on what Dr. Scott Horn is saying. But I'll just say from a macro viewpoint, it seems to me that our role, the board's role, is to gain optimum use of the tax dollar. And I'm uneducated in tennis versus pickleball, but it does seem to me that a combined use court is the best use of taxpayer dollars. And it's something that we've been talking about and doing for some time. So I'm having a hard time getting off that, despite, and I will say, the commitment and the enthusiasm of Mr. White and the players is certainly compelling. But I'm just looking, especially if we're just doing it for a period of time until we can expand the courts. I just don't think it's the best use of taxpayer dollars. I will ask, however, Victor, just generally speaking, what is the prevalence of dual use courts for high school tennis matches or practices or whatever? Do you have any sense for that? It's not something out of the ordinary, is it?
I have somewhat of a sense of it. I will say that tennis is probably the one that's most likely to be a dedicated court versus basketball pretty much always has volleyball lines, as a blended court use. More and more localities, and this is kind of where the, I guess, division is to some extent. School boards tend to fund athletic projects. County governments tend to fund non-athletic facilities. So they tend to be different. I would say it's more likely, the most common practice is that tennis courts tend to become pickleball solely and no longer tennis. Now, that's not necessarily what I think is best in this case scenario too. But from the school board side of things, they tend to be primarily dedicated tennis courts. Only it's becoming more and more prevalent that they are available. But once again, when it comes to actual match play, there tends to be enough courts within a county, within a city, that they may practice at one place and play somewhere else for convenience purposes. So like Hollins, as an example, may remain kind of a game place hub for a lot of the Roanoke region. However, people practicing in different courts, different places, would be different. So gameplay, for specifically gameplay, they tend to be purely tennis, but there is not necessarily anything against having to be dual use for games. It's just, once again, an official would prefer to have a dedicated court versus not, if that makes sense.
And if I might just add, what I think is most prevalent for school team play is dedicated courts on school property. It's school developed courts on school property. It's not at all very common in most school systems to have school teams playing on public park facilities that would be dual striped.
How many months out of the year is this relevant as far as the need to have dedicated tennis courts from the point of view of the high school team? In other words, how many months is this season?
We talked about that, and they do practice. I think they start early spring, February, March. They just finished their season. So we talked about that being a few months, but then they would like to have some open gyms. and some time during the summer to have some practices for the team, even though they're not in season. So I can see it being easily 6 or more months out of the year that they could use these for tennis.
Yeah, this year they've been allowed to use the courts completely as they wish to. 4 to 6 p.m. is when they practice Monday through Friday between February and middle June. Now, depending on how far their season goes into regionals, states, and all that, could go a little bit further for the in-season portion. But then obviously, when you love a sport, you want to play it all the time, so they could play it other times as well, too.
Supervisor Michael?
I was curious, what is the standard for background color and marking color?
So the standard is for them just to be of high contrast. So it tends to be green and blue, or red and blue, or red and green, so that they're different. So that in the case of our courts and the way that we design them, there is a kind of green outer perimeter. The actual playing surface is blue. And then VHSL does have guidelines on the striping color. So the striping color has to be mixed with being 25% white of the color of the playing background. So in our case scenarios, if you go to Blue Ridge, you'll see it. There is a dark blue kind of foreground and then a light blue marking for the dual use courts. And then there is a green on the outside and then a white box that makes it where it's primarily a tennis court with pickleball lines versus the other way around. But that's kind of the standard way that the U.S. Tennis Association kind of requires it to be a regulation court for being blended.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
You guys take care of all the mowing and field care at all the high schools and elementary schools and all that, right?
That is the county. So that is Tom's team, maintenance team, with Parks and Recreation kind of handling all the programming and the scheduling of it. But we work closely together to, yes, that the county government takes care of all of the athletic facilities. So if an athletic director was to need something, they would reach out to one of our departments who would then go carry out the work. A lot of it's contractors, but it's all managed by Tom Edwards and his team, Blake Winand, and the maintenance and care of those facilities.
Well, I kind of like the idea of maybe building another court. It's kind of like going to SPCA to get a cat. You always get 2. My wife's accused me of that more than to me, I think, since we take care of all the schools anyway, maybe if we do consider building 1 or 2, maybe they should be at the high school. And then the 2 in Buchanan can become multi-use and let the high school have their way.
Yeah.
Just food for thought.
And that's always, I think, the ideal situation, that a high school facility is able to walk outside the door after school is done and be able to practice there. So that would be a wonderful idea. Another thing that I would like to mention, just one last kind of food for thought, is that the total project is based off the fact that the courts haven't been resurfaced or retouched in 18, 20 years. So the $40,000, a lot of that money is just going to repairing the surface. Actually repainting it and kind of changing that is a much lower number. So if there was a world where either they're all completely pickleball and tennis, or one's pure tennis and the other one's pickleball, all of that's pretty easily interchangeable. Obviously you can't keep doing that, just like any other kind of painting job. You don't want to keep adding layers of paint, but that's a much smaller ticket item. So if in 3 years there was some additional courts being built, making those changes would be pretty easy. The pickleball, other than the lines being permanent, meaning that they're just painted down, the actual nets are all portable. So they're still truly tennis courts without having footers designed for pickleball. So just something worth mentioning.
And if I'm not mistaken, Victor, the cost, if we had 1 court tennis only and we decide that we don't need that, the cost to convert that into tennis and pickleball is really nominal.
Probably $600.
$600.
You know, so it's not
So
that
it's
large.
not like we're making a commitment now that can't be undone.
Yeah, it can easily be undone. And as far as contractors go, you know, if we were to say, hey, it's just a tennis court, and then we were to say tomorrow, actually, we want to be this, they might take them 2 months to go out there and do it just because they have other projects and things to do. But once again, it is something that can easily be changed. Now, how we determine what makes it worth changing, what usage looks like to determine that, I'll leave that to y'all's judgment to do. A lot of the planning behind the courts being the way that they are currently designed is to have them be identical at Blue Ridge as well as at Buchanan, so that people are given the equal opportunity, no matter if they live in the northern and the southern end of the county. But once again, a lot of my job is just to offer advice and thoughts on how to do it. I am more than happy to do whatever that is that you all would like, as long as it's still on the table to resurface the courts, because they do need to be resurfaced. No matter who's out there playing on them, they definitely need that to be taken care of. And I'm happy to do that project in any way, shape, or form that you all see fit.
Madam Chair, is there a room at the high school? The optimum situation, is there?
Is there room at the high school? I'm looking at the high school person.
But on that note, professional coming out, that could be a $500,000, $1 million project, that you're looking at depending on their specific lighting requirements, their specific engineering that might need to happen. So just to keep in mind that is a future thought to consider.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions, comments?
I think the vendor was local, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's really good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vendor's local, which
Did
is
really
very
good
nice.
work.
It actually helped us save a lot of money too, with them being local. Obviously, they care and they want it to be the best that they can, so they'll work with us however they'd like to, however you all would like us to.
So any other comments? If none, I'm going to make a motion, and my motion is really driven by the momentum that has been gained this year by this team. I don't want to set them back. So I'm going to make a motion that we agree that one court is reserved for tennis and one court is tennis and pickleball. And this is revisited in a year to see what kind of use we're getting, how it's working for the team. All the discussions about additional courts, I think that's a completely different discussion, and that would be a different budget item. We don't have money appropriated for that. That's $500,000. So I don't disagree with pursuing that, but I think for today and to address their concerns and to put this so we can move forward, we got to move forward with these courts. The public is paid for this, and they deserve to be able to use them. So my motion is for one tennis court, one mixed-use court, and we revisit in a year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Did you get that, Celeste? Thank you. Further discussion?
Just for clarification, this will just be for the background and the marking colors.
Just the pickleball lines?
No, for
will
the
not be
tennis court. It'll just be the two colors.
Yeah, so if you remember at Blue Ridge Park, kind of how it looks, basically if you were to take that light blue, kind of those light blue boxes and remove those, that's what it would look like. So they'd be almost identical to each other than half of it, so two courts would have light blue rectangles and the other half wouldn't have light blue rectangles, but would still have the green barrier on the outside, a white box that indicates the tennis playing area, and then a dark blue in the center of that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
What type of vehicle would we put in place to make sure, I know the answer to this, I just want to make sure we do it, to make sure a year from now we do reassess or assess the solution that we're pursuing. In other words, it'll be in the minutes, but these things get.
It'll be in the minutes. I would think the tennis team is going to bring it to that future board. So I think we'll leave that to Mr. White. No relation. So Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
So that is 4-1. That motion carries. So we will keep one court reserved for tennis only. Thank you all for your engagement in the civic process. Thank you very much.
And thank you all for your support.
for working with so many questions and so many things.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
appreciate that so much.
Madam Chair, that motion includes the follow-up a year from now.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that was in the motion,
Yeah, okay.
that it would be revisited in 1 year. Okay, moving on to item 14. First is to consider the reappointment of Hunter Young to the Western Virginia Water Authority. Mr. Young's current term will end on June 30th, 2025. If reappointed, the new term will end June 30th, 2029. Mr. Young is willing to serve.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. All
Thank you.
opposed? Congratulations and thank you for your service. Item B under that agenda is that Mr. David Bryan has resigned from the EDA. That's an information item. Do we have any nominations for a replacement?
One of the replacements I'd like to see is Dr. Dick Bailey.
Are you,
Has he been contacted and approves? And
is he willing to
he's willing
serve?
to serve.
He is willing to serve. Any other nominations for the EDA vacancy? So are you making that in form of a motion? We have a motion that Dr. Richard Bailey be appointed to the EDA. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and we will proactively thank him. Item 15, citizen comments for items not on the agenda. If you will pass those over. Tommy Lawhorn and Ben Lewis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good day to be inside, isn't it?
It sure is.
My name is Ben Lewis, and I'm here with Tommy Hawthorne. I live at 588 Teresa Lane in Roanoke, Virginia. Our concern is that Botetourt County is ignoring the maintenance of their retention pond located at Reed Mountain Road in Teresa Lane. Over a year ago, reps from the county, Mark Bowes, Virginia Bank bondholder, Greg Sessner, and Hubbard Excavating met on site. We know that Hubbard submitted a quote for repair, however, has never received a reply from the county. You all got a copy of the ENS SWM inspection punch list dated August 31st, 2001 for a year review. Mr. Tommy Lawhorn will answer any questions you have at this time.
Hi. Any questions?
Madam Chair, and maybe I have a question for our council as well. this is, I know there's a bond. I know there's a lot of things that have happened within their retention pond itself, and Fincastle Bank had previously, if I'm correct, had that bond. Is that right?
I'm not positive, but it's my understanding, excuse me, that the original developer had to submit the bond to cover the situation that's happened now. Who owns that bond, who has that bond, I really have no idea. I would think it would be Botetourt County.
And that's where my question comes to my counsel. I think that, you know, maybe this takes a little bit more review of where is the bond? What is the bond?
Yeah, I also need to know what subdivision this is.
Cottages of Steeplechase.
Cottages, okay.
Steeplechase.
So cottage. At the first and foremost, I think that we need to find out where is the bond, what's in the bond, and then move forward from there. Any other comments on that, council, at all?
Not right now. All I can do is try to figure out where the bond is and what the status of the stormwater maintenance agreement was with the developer.
Okay. And I know that you guys have been trying to get this done for a period of time, so thank you for coming forward, and let's see if we can't find the bond and see the responsibility of that.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Mhm.
Charles Rule.
But we don't own that pond.
Yeah, we need to clarify that.
Remember that? We don't own the pond.
I know we don't.
It was kind of.
Good afternoon, Charles Rule, Castle. I participated in the creation of a short video called Introduction to Botetourt Residents Against Child Exploitation. It was available on YouTube, but on May 26, I was notified that it was removed. I appealed, and on May 30, I was advised that it was permanently removed because the images it contained violated their child safety policy. What images did it contain? Images from children's books available in our county libraries. The video wasn't available by search. It was set up to only be accessible by a direct link from our website. The point being that way there could be a warning for children and teens to not view it. So someone had to know about it and then filed a complaint with YouTube. Who would want to do that? Who would want to protect the reputation of the county's libraries instead of the innocence of children? Speaking of our website, it has been subjected to multiple attacks and hacking attempts. Who would want to do that? Tamp down free speech and silence an opposing viewpoint. Speaking of viewpoint, as in viewpoint discrimination, our library director has said that controversial books can't be moved from the children's section to the adult section, as that would be discrimination and invite a lawsuit. I'll give you two examples. The children's book, Making a Baby, is in the children's section at the Blue Ridge Library. However, at the Hollins, Salem, and South County libraries, it's been moved to the adult section. The children's book, The Everybody Book. It's interesting that there are only 3 copies in the Roanoke Valley, and 2 of those are in Botetourt. It's in the children's section in the Blue Ridge and Fincastle libraries, and in Salem, it's been moved to the adult section. The threat of a lawsuit. You know, perhaps you should go back and look into what actually happened with Julie Phillips in Greenville, South Carolina. But back to the beginning, unsafe for children. The word is out there and that you have permitted this in our libraries. It had an effect recently in the Buchanan district. You might consider listening to what the majority in the county want, whether it's about taxes, development, or the protection of children. If you're curious and you want to watch our short video, there's a link on our website, wearebrace.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Morris.
Well, I'm probably not going to be as interested as pickleball and, what was it, badminton? Tennis. That's right. Carl Morris from Valley District. Here I am once again to implore you to do something about the pornographic books in our libraries that are accessible to our children. We have laws to prevent anyone under the age of 21 from buying alcohol, from buying cigarettes, and if you're under 18, you cannot go on a pornographic website unless you lie, and you can go on there. But we allow our children to have access to pornographic materials in our library. Does that even make sense? Does it? I mean, let me think about that. You got to be 21 to drink or buy cigarettes, or 18 to go on a pornographic site, but you can go in the library as a kid and learn about sex. I mean, graphic images, read about it, learn about homosexuality, or question whether you're the right gender. We got that for our kids in our library. Does that make sense? You can't tell me that makes sense. Recently, Botetourt residents against child expectation, otherwise known as BRACE, tried to upload a video, and Charles just told you about that. They couldn't do it because of child safety. Now, if YouTube is not permitted, and YouTube is a liberal platform, media platform, if you don't know that, they won't let it happen. Why we got these books in our libraries? Roanoke and Salem libraries have moved these books to the adult-only area. Why can't we at least do that? Please think about the impact these books are having on young children and young lives. You have the authority and the responsibility to make a change. And I'm going to throw something else in. I got 37 seconds here. I used to live in Washington State. I used to live in Virginia first. I went in the military from Virginia, ended up out in Washington State. They had two mass murderers out there, Ted Bundy and Gary Ridgway. You know where they got their start? Pornography. Think about that.
Thank you. I don't have any more public comments. Okay. We will move into agenda item 16, the board member comments. We're going to have some updates from departments before we get into our individual comments. So Mr. Hinkle, if you are ready, you can come on down, and Chief Ferguson, I'll bring you guys down next. Okay. Thank you.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the board. Matt Hinkle, your Emergency Communication Systems Manager. Quick update on the radio project. Currently, we're working on the tower sites right now, the Blue Ridge site. We've identified the pathway or the road on the site. We're now scheduling the survey to get that to where we can partition that off. The landfill site is ready for permitting for the SCP and permits. The other two sites that we're looking to build are Tinker Mountain and Reed Mountain. That RFP is now due July 9th, I'm sorry. So we anticipate hopefully we can move quickly after we receive those bids. The Big Hill site, Verizon, I actually met with them today. Apologize my address, but I was up on the construction site. They're adding 20 feet, which will help us with our design. So they're going to be starting that next week. So that will definitely help us. The other big update that we are working on, we're actually looking at reconfiguring. We're using different frequencies, I should say, in our northern cell. So the 4 sites on the northern end of the county. We found out that if we use a lower frequency than what we had anticipated, the quiet zone, the national quiet zone, is not quite as stringent on the power restrictions. So we're working with a vendor to identify those frequencies. The lower frequency actually works much better in the rural areas, much like where Chief Ferguson was had that incident earlier today. So we actually believe that these lower frequencies will allow us to cover more territory and possibly even with one fewer sites. So we're hoping to get that information back in our next update next month. Hope to have that information for you then. But that's where we are with our progress so far. Here for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief Ferguson, Mr. Murray, you're gonna take this one. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Daniel Murray. I'm emergency manager here in Botetourt. My main area of responsibility in the Department of Fire EMS is disaster response and how we respond to those. I wanted to give you a quick update on an incident we had on June 16th, just last week. We, in the Grove Hill Road area at the bottom of Caldwell Mountain, we received a large amount of rainfall that ended up flooding the area and affected the residents at the bottom of the hill. According to the National Weather Service, on radar indication, we received 4 inches of rainfall within a 2-hour period at the top of Caldwell Mountain. Reports are from residents in the area that we may have received more than that, but that's what the National Weather Service was able to tell us at the time. This affected both sides of the mountain, and Craig County actually got a little worse than we did. But as you can see from the last spike on our gauge that we were able to capture, the incident that happened, Catawba Creek rose 5 feet within an hour and a half, is what this flash flood incident caused. In all, about 8 houses as well as 2 vehicles were affected in this flash flooding situation. This was one of the houses that was in that area. We got the initial call at about 6 p.m. and we went out for a resident that was calling us that had water in her residence. By the time we got out there, we did a quick risk analysis on the area, and the residents, the people that were still in the residence and the people that were in the vehicle, and we figured out because the flood waters were receding at the time that it was safer to leave them in place and that they weren't being affected. So we didn't do any evacuations and there were no injuries during this entire incident, but we did stay on scene for a couple hours till the water came down and they were able to go back to a normal way of life. Units on scene, we had about 20 to 30 people from Fire EMS from our special operations team that was on site. We also had the sheriff's office helping us out, and our building inspectors from community development came out to do some inspections afterwards, as well as the next day to make sure the structures in the area were safe. Some kind of things that we do to make sure that we're prepared for incidents like this. This particular incident, there's no way for us to predict that we're going to get this much rainfall from a microcell that happens in the area. But we do keep our swiftwater rescue resources trained up and ready to go at all times. This was a picture from the National Whitewater Center. We actually went down the weekend before to take a paddle raft class to do some training. This allows us to get some unique training in a very controlled environment for our personnel so that when they come across swiftwater, it's not the first time that they're doing that. The other thing, other major kind of announcement this week is we're rolling out our new flood prediction software that'll be used by our response resources. We got this as part of a grant program. In addition, you may have seen some of the stream gauges that are out throughout the county. We got 12 stream gauges off this project. And basically what it allows us to do is to take a map like this and predict exactly where that water flow is going to be. So we can see which houses it's going to get in, which roads it's going to close, and any major things like that. This is kind of a overall view of really what happened in the area. This was taken by our UAS resources, our drone resources. And this was the entire flooding event between White Church Road and Lee's Gap Road off of Grove Hill. So just kind of a quick summary, 8 houses affected, 0 houses were destroyed. We only had 1 residence that had water actually in the residence. And this disaster unfortunately didn't meet a threshold, but luckily it was only contained to those 8 houses. So no major damage. And that's all I have. Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you. Was there a church impacted? That was kind of a rumor that I heard. Was that one of the churches?
Not in that
Didn't
area.
lose any structures.
We did not.
Okay,
The most damage that was affected was actually on the Craig County side. They had part of the road that was completely washed away. That was by a church on the far end of Caldwell Mountain Road. Kind of once you get down, there's a little white church. Herndon starts with an H.
Near where you turn into.
I think it's
Camp Easter.
Hebron.
Yeah, but
Okay.
the road's completely washed out there. So we're helping out Craig County. If they have any emergency calls in that area to those residents, we're going in and helping those residents. But it's a very few amount of houses.
Awesome. Any other questions, comments?
Couple questions. Good report, good work from you guys. Did I see that and hear that correctly? The creek road, I think it was Catawba Creek, maybe Craig, rose 5 feet in 1.5 hours?
Yes, sir. 5 feet in an hour and a half. That last spike is how quick it rose. So very quickly.
Amazing. I mean, that's flash flood territory, obviously.
It is, yeah. The only other place I've seen these kind of amounts, and luckily it stopped when it did, was during Helene when we had a lot of those type of flooding events down towards Asheville. So luckily it didn't last any longer than it did.
And you have your swiftwater rescue team. Do you go to Charlotte for that training? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we went down to the National Whitewater Center down there.
Yeah. Is that annual?
Do
we do it?
About annually, we'll send a crew down there. There's not like a certain event we go to or anything, but they offer a lot of different classes. And so we take advantage of those classes usually yearly.
Good. Because those are skills that won't last unless you keep using them.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Good report.
Other questions? Thank you for that. While you're here,
Yes.
the oppressive heat that we're experiencing, I just wonder if there's anyone that needs assistance, or do we have a plan, or I've seen some places are using cooling libraries as cooling centers or things like that. Is there anything in place like that, or is there a need for that? Have you?
We haven't necessarily seen a need for that. We keep in contact with the 911 center. That's usually where calls come in first on those type of events. We're in constant meetings with the Red Cross. I was actually in a meeting this morning that had Red Cross personnel in it. So we can spool up those type of resources if we're seeing the need. We also work collectively with the rest of the region to see if they're seeing anything. We haven't seen anything at this time, but that's something we are keeping a monitor on.
But yeah, if you had a plan, I think that would be fantastic.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay. Now we will hear from Rich Evans and friend. You need one. This must be a big report.
Yes, ma'am. Can you set up for me? Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, board members. I'm going to give you an update today on the Botetourt County Circuit Courthouse. I'd like to start by introducing Mr. Jim Bend. Jim Ben is the senior project manager for the courthouse project. Jim has over 39 years of construction experience and holds a Bachelor of Science in Building Construction from Virginia Tech. Jim is going to be my technical support / expert this evening. In my previous monthly updates to the Board of Supervisors, I have been given positive updates. Today, I must give a very disappointing news. We have all known since at least 2022 that the condition of the law office and hotel presented real questions as to whether it can be successfully moved and preserved. We recently received information confirming that the law office and hotel is not a candidate for relocation. I'm going to provide a short video showing the condition of the law office and hotel so you can see the condition of the building. I'm also going to show you the Mason's report and the two structural engineering firms reports that all come to the exact same conclusion that the law office and hotel is not a candidate to be moved. Here's a short video. Oh.
My name is Paul Whitney. I work for Jamerson Lewis. I'm the on-site superintendent for the renovation and rebuild of the Botetourt County Courthouse. In this experience, we found out there's 4 different ages of construction here. Some of these brick date back to the mid-1770s, and there's been additions to this process over the years. And what has happened is all brick are subject to moisture and climate, and the Piedmont of Virginia is subject to a 100-degree temperature swing, as much as 70% humidity change in a year. And there's always the added element of wind-driven rain. So what we'll see today is some of the brick and their ability to hold together and in some cases fall apart relative to all those environmental conditions. So when we start talking about specifics, we'll be able to point out some of the best conditions and some of the worst conditions that we see here. In the last few weeks, we've been able to talk to structural engineers and a historical brick restoration company brought in from out of state to review the conditions of the building. And what we've found is some of the things we talked about before. There's brick in here that have been subject to centuries of exposure. And I think between the structural engineers that agree and the historical restoration company that does brick restoration, is very difficult, maybe impossible to move this. What we've found out in the last few weeks for these professionals involved in inspecting the building is that many of the brick layers through the wall have settled, and the condition in the foundation has caused an environment where there's differential settlement. That means that one element and one wall may be settling at a different rate than the other, which it tells you that many pieces throughout the wall are starting to more or less crumble, and the mortar and the masonry itself has become destabilized. And once you find areas, you cannot control how the building may be affected by anything related to a move. So as we go into this and see these different elevations and different lines and different layers of mortar and brick that have failed, it will be obvious that there's many things going on inside this building that are unpredictable. As you can see, some of the brick along this wall seem to be more uniform and have a smoother finish to the exterior. In the old brick technology, you saved your best brick for the outside because you wanted them to turn as much water as you could. And if you move down the wall, you'll see better brick. And then what happens is the bricks were made in these kilns. Some of the substandard brick, or what they couldn't get, they used interior walls. So here's one layer of brick. Here's another layer of brick going at right angles. And then that lays in with another layer of brick. So what happens is, even though you've got a pretty good exterior finish, the interior brick have been absorbing an enormous amount of moisture over time, and the interior brick are not the same quality as the exterior brick, and they start to decay earlier. And that's what's very difficult for anybody to want to move. So in this condition, it points out the fact that we have a somewhat solid brick But on the interior side, we see these brick that are not much more than dried mud. And that is what we have discovered throughout the building. And when you have an unstable width of brick throughout the wall, it becomes highly unreliable to try to take anything and move it. But you can tell that this is a different type of clay. The way this brick was fired and the way it was consolidated versus these outside brick. That lighter colored brick was a completely different brick than the outside brick. This type brick is not suitable for restoration. Again, back to the negative effects of moisture over the centuries. This vertical line through these brick is telltale of a shear crack that's probably through the wall and goes to the upper floors. And as soon as you see those vertical cracks, you're starting to lose integrity in the building. And in summation, I think after we found out from the structural engineers and the historic brick masons that it's obvious that there's many moving parts to this and it's not really a candidate to be moved. And everybody seemed to agree.
So in 2022, there was a structural evaluation of the Lawson Hotel. And here are some of the highlights from that evaluation. The 2022 evaluation was conducted without the removal of the outer layer of bricks or the removal of plaster. Even though this was not performed, the structural engineer was able to observe the following. Diagonal and vertical cracks were observed at multiple window locations between the second and first floor windows. There is mortar wash along the base of the south and east walls for the first approximately 2 to 3 feet. There are also areas of joints that have soft sandy mortar or voids in the mortar joints throughout the structure. Along the west face of the south corner, there's an area of previously replaced or repaired brick that is out of plane and exhibits cracking. There is significant crack and out of plane movement evidence in the southeast corner of the east wing. It appears a portion of this crack was patched. A lot of the patching was not done with the same mortar, and it just bust out. The crack goes through and not around the brick. It's unclear whether the out-of-plane appearance is limited to the exterior width. The movement is most likely a combination of settlement and freeze-thaw damage throughout from water intrusion. The now interior face of the brick wall of the west wing adjacent to the stair leading to the second floor exhibits a significant bow and diagonal crack around the former window openings and up to the majority of the wall. The cracks lead through the brick and not around it. The chimney of the west wing was not toothed into the existing wall. There are cracks in plaster above the door between the east and west wings indicating movement. And it is anticipated that the header condition here is similar to those of the exposed brick and that there's high potential for the brick between the floors to be cracked in this area. The structural engineer stated that relocating a multi-width, unreinforced masonry structure is a complex and difficult task with a structure in good condition. This structure is not in good condition. So that was the 2022 evaluation. So the next we have the Skyline Restoration, who was our historical masons, restoration masons who came out. The first day that they started removing brick, they stopped work and came and informed me and Mr. Ben here of exactly what they found. Upon mobilization, Skyline noticed advanced deterioration within the interior widths of the brick masonry. This was not noticed previously because the outer bricks had not been removed. They observed extensive mortar loss, delamination between brick widths, and structural separation in multiple locations, consistent with prolonged water infiltration and age-related degradation. Several inner widths exhibited soft, crumbling brick, indicating that mechanical cohesion between the widths is significantly compromised. These conditions were visible in multiple areas, both interior and exterior. In one location, the delamination interior plaster removal revealed masonry with the texture of soft clay, and several bricks were removable by hand. Adjacent to one of the interior hearths, a large structural crack ran from floor to ceiling, visibly splitting through all masonry widths. In their professional opinion, based on extensive experience in historic masonry and stabilization techniques, the existing interior masonry is unlikely to tolerate physical relocation without with severe structural compromise. While certain reinforcement methods such as cracking or stitching and grouted tiles can improve static stability, they do not render this structure suitable for movement. And here are some more pictures to show you just how bad it is. There's the cracks in the plaster they were talking about. So to do our due diligence, as soon as this occurred, we called in a structural engineer. And the structural engineer oops, I misplaced my things here. The structural engineer reported that this is, once again, this is a long report. I'm sure y'all do not want me to read all 20 pages of this report, but I'll give you the highlights. The area where the previous shed and electrical panels have been removed exhibits a significant crack. This is in photograph 1 right here. So you can see photograph 1 at the top, and it gives you a little closer version of the one below it. There's evidence of previous repair attempts. When the exterior width was removed, the areas near the cracks revealed many locations with voids of very soft to sandy interior widths. Once again, this building is 3 widths wide, and the interior bricks were the rejected bricks during construction, and they are basically clay and dust at this point. So photographs 2, 3, and 4, there are even locations that expose the interior back face of the plasterboard, as you can see through the pictures, all the way down to picture 21. And that's just when you see where the bricks are basically busting out of the wall. It is anticipated that similar damage to the interior widths exists for the entire height of the building in this location. The northwest corner of the building, I put photograph 5 here, exhibited previously noted cracking and loose bricks. But now that the stair and exterior widths are removed from the distress extends deeper into the interior walls. See photograph 6. Interior widths are soft beyond the limits of exterior width damage. And once again, I mean, there's a whole report here. I can keep reading this, but I'm gonna kind of give you their summary. With newly uncovered conditions within the walls, a much more robust stabilization program will be required to consider moving the building. Even with the repairing all the noted areas, replacing all missing and voided brick, and tying widths together with helical ties, it is not certain if all areas of the building would be secure for moving. Once again, just more pictures. So is the bottom right-hand picture, you can see that that's basically it's a sandcastle. It is just going to fall apart. And well-documented pictures here. So just to do our due diligence, I contacted a second engineering firm, HBS Consulting, and HBS Consulting came up with the assessment of the failure of the interior width is at least 50% of the building substantiated based on the findings. They concur with master's assessment that even with the repairs to the known issues being performed along with helical ties, it is still probable that the structure will still be at risk if moved. So, in conclusion, and in agreement with the historical masons, masters engineering, and HSB Consulting, the Lawful's Hotel is not a candidate to be relocated. Therefore, it must be demoed. This demo will be completed with the utmost care to preserve as much brick as possible and preserve any remaining artifacts such as fireplace materials. Mr. Ben stopped by the site today and brought you a brick. Show you what it is. And you take, I mean, you literally, if you shake that too hard, you're going to come up with done. So we have spent the last 30 days, approximately 30 days, just going through this every little piece so we to ensure that there was no moving this building, and it is not movable. So that is my unfortunate update today. I even wore a tie because it was bad news.
You need to not look for ties.
What's that?
I don't need to see you coming down here with a tie.
Okay, I cannot do, I will be happy
No
not
more
to do that
ties.
again.
So I'm going to just start the conversation here. I assume, you know, anything can be done for the right monies, right? If we were to somehow move this thing, I'm guessing it would not be at all stable after the move.
No, ma'am.
So how could it ever, it could not be used
So,
afterwards?
so afterwards, it would have to be rebuilt. I mean, basically, that's what it is. And if it was going to fall apart and we got lucky enough that it fell apart and moved, there's not a quarter of the money that it's insured for to fix that building. So yes, so by catching it now, there's a lot of work that we haven't done, such as finishing the grading, doing the foundations for it, building the road. Mr. Ben here could tell you in greater detail than I could, but the risk of moving it, there is little reward, because once you did move it, once again, it's moving to sandcastle. You do not have anything substantial once it's moved. We've done digital, we did a Tremel imaging of it, so we know the exact size of it. And if we needed to, or if somebody wanted to, we could produce a replica maybe for the museum in the future. Mr. Ben has agreed to preserve every brick we can preserve. I'm here to tell you, I wouldn't even want to guess how few bricks are not broken in that structure. I physically have put my hands all over that building, and it just is what it is. It's not movable. Any questions? If you want some very detailed questions, once again, I brought Mr. Ben here, and I'm not a brick mason, but I've learned a lot about historical bricks over the last couple months.
I think this is a prime example of why bricks are no longer considered a structural component.
Correct, sir.
Veneer only.
Veneer only.
I know a lot was built back in the day just with brick. Of course, we had wooden lintels in that building and everything else.
So a lot
I
of
can see where this is going.
A lot of the openings did not even have lintels on them. It almost looks like they used the doors and the windows to hold the bricks in place while they dried. We didn't see any lintels, correct? And once again, this building is 3 widths wide. Width is a stack of bricks, in case you don't know. And the center one is especially back then, whatever was a reject brick, you know, wasn't quite the standard, either cooked too much, too little, or just wasn't shaped right. It went in the middle. And then all the water just kind of filled up over the years in the different openings and just turned it to sand or mud, depends on how wet it was.
I do have a question as far as the cost of, if we do look at a replication, the cost of that replication. Have we looked into that?
I'm sorry.
The cost of a replication of the.
I was talking about like a small replication. I was certainly not talking about the building itself.
Okay.
And with a small replication, I'm sure there would be enough savings in this project where that could be absorbed. I wouldn't want to spend the money without asking, but certainly wouldn't be that much.
Rich, it's about 1,800 square feet. So if you multiply it by $300 a square foot, depending on how you were to fit it out, where it went.
Yeah, I was talking about like a model. Yeah.
300 square foot.
Other comments? Is there board action required at this time?
No, ma'am, there's not. I just wanted to inform the board that basically there's not a decision to be made here. The building made a decision itself. Once again, you know, the historical masons and 2 structural engineering firms and a lot of experience, and less experience, but still a lot of experience. It's not movable. So we're proceeding to demo that building as carefully as we possibly can and preserve as much as we can.
Thank you, I guess. Any other questions for Rich? Thank you. Thank you for the thoroughness of your inquiry. I believe that I think you've done your due diligence.
I appreciate it. And there was no part that we wanted this to occur. And I wanted to move it. I wanted, and it just wouldn't do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, y'all want your brick back?
What?
We don't want any missing bricks.
I need to say. About the building. Do you want to say anything about the courthouse? Okay, all right. We have still, we're on our section for board member comments. Does anyone have any comments at this time? I do want to make a comment and a recognition. Linda Rotman on the back row, raise your hand. Congratulations on your recent primary victory. She will be, I want to introduce her to the team. She will be on the ballot in November for Buckhannon. So I wanted to recognize her attendance today and congratulate you. Any other comments?
No, ma'am.
So do I have a motion to recess for a couple minutes?
So move.
So there's a motion to recess
Back at 5.
back at 5. Do I have a
Second.
second? All in favor? All opposed? We are going to recess until 5 p.m. Thank you. full auditorium today. For those of you who may not know me, I'm Amy White. I am the chair of the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors. And I just want to, on behalf of the boards, extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone who is here today. And we are going to move right along with our agenda, where we are going to address our walk-on item number 2, which is an economic development announcement. I am very happy to allow Supervisor Clinton to lead us within this announcement, and then he will be followed by our County Administrator, Gary LaRue, and John Hall from the Roanoke Regional Partnership. And we are also so excited to have with us today Senator Chris Head. So we will have those 4 people making this announcement. So when you're ready, Supervisor Clinton, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm ready as long as I'm coming through here. Can y'all hear me? All right. Well, first of all, I want to say to the board, it's a pleasure and a privilege to stand here representing Chairperson White and the entire board on today's announcement. I'm really pleased I was able to do this, so thank you for giving me the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is said that to plant a tree is an act of faith in the future. The leaders of Botetourt County figuratively planted a tree and proclaimed their faith in the future in the mid-1990s when they decided to purchase 923 acres at the headwaters of Tinker Creek in the county's Amsterdam area. Their intention was to develop a commerce park. It was a decision, let's be honest, it was a decision that was not met with universal acclaim. After all, it was indeed the headwaters of Tinker Creek. The site was an area of stunning beauty, ringed by mountains, softened by meadows, and sustained by bold streams. And to top that off, it was punctuated by significant historic and even prehistoric artifacts and findings. So there we have, that's what the Board of Supervisors was faced with in the mid-90s. Well, why on earth would a local government even want to mess with that? The answer is faith in the future, just like the person who plants the tree. Despite controversy and well-intended opposition, county leadership embraced the future and proceeded with purchasing the 923 acres, insistent that, as one county administrator said, if we're going to do this, if we're going to buy these 923 acres, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it right. And they did do it right, as successive Botetourt administrators and supervisors continued to do, maintaining lofty standards and being highly selective with the companies able to locate at Botetourt Center of Greenfield. Combine the wonderful features of Greenfield with the many other strengths of Botetourt County and the entire valley, such things as work ethic, unmatched higher education, robust utility grid, innovative leadership, you name it. Combine those advantages, and you have a winning combination for economic development. It's a winning combination that happens to allow me the distinct honor and rare privilege of standing before you this afternoon and making the following statement. Today, 30 years after the leaders of Botetourt County proclaimed their faith in the future, Botetourt County welcomes Google to Greenfield. Let me say that again. Today, Botetourt County welcomes Google to Greenfield. If ever there was an applause line. That is indeed an applause line. Thank you. Now, as you can imagine, this win, Google to Greenfield, did not materialize overnight. and it was not the work of a single person. However, certain people were critical to his success. Some were beyond critical. They were indispensable. Such a person is County Administrator Gary LaRue. Through tenacity, close attention to detail, and a wonderfully self-effacing sense of humor, Gary LaRue shepherded this project from embryo to actualization. Now I invite Gary to come forward to bask in the heartfelt appreciation of the Board of Supervisors and to expand upon how we got here, Gary, and what it means to our region.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Wow, I look up here and it's a room full of friends. I don't think I've ever experienced this before. That's awesome. Thank you, each one of you, for coming today and being with us. Wow, such an exciting day. Before I get into the meat of things, of the matters, Celeste told me to stay on script. And just because she said that, I'm going to get off script, okay? But just because I'm so defiant. But that's what part of the love that Celeste and I have for each other is that we end up irritating each other into compliance. So Celeste, this is for you. As I said, before we get into the meat of the matters, I wish to apologize to have some personal time here at the microphone, because I guess the person with the mic has the power. So I want to take just a minute to apologize. And I need to apologize to my family, to my friends, to even my life group, citizens, and the staff here. And that is for the absence of my time during this project. It has taken 18 months of everything that we could do pushing forward. And that was took part of family time and of personal time to actually make this happen. The distraction of the project has been real. During this activity, we've even had a local landowner say that we were not sophisticated enough to discuss a project with a major company leadership. And I just smiled and laughed, and as I returned the hundreds of calls to Google, one of the largest companies in the world. So I think the sophistication question has been answered, is that BoCo is able to do stuff. And we're able to be on the stage with anyone in this world. Google ranks as a Fortune 10 company and even moved from number 8 to number 7 during the process of this project. It's pretty amazing, growing as they go. As I mentioned, for nearly 18 months, several of us have lived this project, which was indeed Google. I wish to thank several of those folks who have provided lots of input and direction and support. Board of Supervisors, they've been incredible. Each member has been exceptionally supportive. Mr. Walt Michael, one of the first ones, he was just like, yes, yes, yes. Brandon Nicely, absolutely supportive. Amy, super supportive. Mac, super supportive. And Mr. Clinton, not so supportive. No, just kidding. Super supportive. And so we really, really do appreciate these folks and the leadership that they have. To be honest, they need a round of applause. I also appreciate the help of the Botetourt EDA. And those members have worked tirelessly as well. So we have those Chairman John Kilby, Vice Chairman John Griffin, Jeff Emery, John Alderson, Mary Beth Smith, Lynn Haith. The Planning Commission was also involved as well. Plus the staff. The staff here is just absolutely phenomenal. David Mormon, certainly do appreciate that, Deputy County Administrator work. And David has actually headed up the rest of the county for the past 18 months, just to be honest. Thank you, David. Julie Phillips, also. Nicole Pendleton. Where are you? Oh, there you are, Nicole. Nicole has been incredible. Tiffany Bradbury, I think she took off and went to the beach this week. I don't blame her. Ken McFadden. Ken was here during most of this time, and so he's no longer with us. He's in Allegheny County doing this kind of work. So we're appreciative of him. Luke Campbell, Celeste Parker, Kim Stewart, Mike Lockaby. Mike ended up having an incredible amount of work to do as a result of this as well. And then the other staff members who suffered while we were working on the project. Lots of interfilling and crossing specialty areas. And special thanks to the Roanoke Regional Partnership, and especially John Hull. And John, I know your team is here as well, so maybe you could introduce those. Do you want to just do that? Yeah.
Well, we're joined by Special Advisor Pete Eshelman, Senior Director of Creative Strategies, Julia Boas, our Director of Business Investment, Corey Williams, Director
He's right behind you.
of Research, Stephanie Long, who's our Director of Marketing, Lisa Link, Director of Administration.
Great team. Great team. Thank you. Sir. This group serves this region exceptionally well. And to be honest, I think Celeste got confused and thought that John was actually a member of this team because he was over here so much. So is that true, Celeste? Got to pick on her, okay? Also, the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. Micah Kemp, Alex Taylor, also known as Sampson. Got it in there, John. Vince Barnett and Jason L. Kuby. All of those folks have been very involved and certainly do appreciate that. But also like to thank the group of almost entirely young, talented ladies who have led this project for Google. They came in here and they were kicking you know what and taking names, and it was amazing. They are absolutely sharp, and I suspect they're listening. And if you are, it's a big shout out to all of you. This is just an amazing group of talent. Now, you know, those folks know how to hire. That's obvious because they've got a great group. And then all the BoCo employees are servants. And we work exceptionally hard to add value to the BoCo stock price daily. And to that point, if BoCo were on a stock exchange, today the ticker would be up. You would be able to see it. It would be going over the moon. I'd also like to welcome and thank each one of you, as I started off, for being here and to be able to learn more about this amazing project. We're obviously standing on the shoulders of giants of the past. The leadership who had the vision to acquire Greenfield for the benefit of the county and the region, and it was always the hope to create good paying jobs and to burden shift funding from the citizens to the members of the corporate family. Today is a perfect example of that, and we'll get into that a little later. In 2016, I was named county administrator in Botetourt, and I had a directive. Matter of fact, 2 members of the 2016 Board of Supervisors are in the room. Dr. Max Godhorn, sitting up here, and Mr. John Williamson sitting over here. Thank you for providing me that opportunity to be here. This is a win for Botetourt, and it's a win for all of us, and really do appreciate that. That directive that they gave me was to fill up Greenfield. Well, I'll be damned if we haven't done it. In 2016, Alltech was all that was here, along with a fish food storage company. And today, we're talking about it being full. We've got thriving businesses and 2,200 great paying jobs. And Munters 2 is breaking ground on July the 9th. We already have Munters 1, which is building data center HVAC equipment, and Munters 2 is going to be doing the same thing. Total of almost $60 million in investment in Botetourt. And so come to the groundbreaking on the 9th. Today, Mr. Clinton announced the lucky project number 7. Thank you, Steve. And I'm proud to announce today that in essence, as I have just mentioned, that Greenfield basically has been sold. This place is full. Today, BoCo just won the Super Bowl of economic development and the new industrial sector announcement here in this part of the world. So today there is the announcement of the land purchase for a proposed data center campus in BoCo. Future milestones will be forthcoming. However, it will take time to be able to do that. This is a mammoth project, and it will take time to be able to get down through the list of things and all of the questions that I'm sure people will have. All the details of this gigantic opportunity will not be provided today due to the fact that it's not all known at this point. However, there are expectations for additional information later in the process. As all might imagine, this is a very complicated project. In my 30+ years of community economic development work, I've never seen what will be revealed to you today in any format. Please watch, take notes, and because this will be amazing. So, I think we can go there. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, Google, welcome to BoCo. Now, one of the things that would normally take place in an event like this is that the governor might be here. However, the governor's been out of the country, from what I understand, on a trade mission. And so, there you go. And so, just wanted to talk about what his quote was. Google has invested significant, if we can move that or not. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Google has invested significantly in the Commonwealth, and I'm proud that they have chosen Botetourt as the site of their newest data center campus. Virginia is the center of center capital of the world. Is the I guess it's the internet center capital of the world. And this latest investment reinforces our global leadership in the industry. Botetourt offers the space, infrastructure, skilled workforce that innovative companies like Google demand. This move signals the industry's growing interest in expanding beyond Northern Virginia and highlights the county's strong commitment to smart growth. I look forward to the positive effects this project will generate across the Roanoke region for years to come. Governor Glenn Youngkin. As I mentioned, this is a data center campus. So what is a data center? Basically, every time that you check your email or stream a television show, you're using the services provided by a data center. These facilities are large buildings that house the equipment required to access computing power across the internet. So each one of you came in here with one of these and maybe two. And every one of those is connecting back to a data center. In the near future, relatively near future, you may be connecting to Botetourt. So that's something to think about in the way that we're doing this. Now, Google and what this project means for Botetourt County and the data center campus. There's basically 3 components to this. Google, the Botetourt Board of Supervisors, and the Economic Development Authority. During the time, Google came to us in 2024, early January 2024. Is that right, John? Seems like it's a long time. Yeah. And so we ended up having all kinds of activities. VDP came to us, and they also shopped the entire region. So Roanoke Regional Partnership helped to conduct the prospect visits in January of 2024. BoCo, with support from VDP and Roanoke Regional Partnership, worked with the stakeholders and the utility providers, who many of you are in the audience today, and thank you for doing that, to strategize infrastructure. The Botetourt Center at Greenfield is zoned for a data center, and that was done during a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. So we certainly do appreciate the Planning Commission as well. That was done in November of 2024. So land acquisition, Botetourt Center at Greenfield. Google is purchasing, matter of fact, it's already closed. The project escrow is already transferred, and 312.553 acres in Greenfield for a total of $14,064,885. So if you look at the yellow outline, it's that is the property of Google's as we're here. The second entrance, you'll see the orange up on the right-hand side of Roanoke Road. The Commonwealth Transportation Board, and with the help of Dr. Ray Smoot and all of those fine peoples at VDOT, they have actually funded the second entrance up there, and so we'll get started on that soon. That will end up being a secondary entrance for the company, whereas they will come in normally through International Parkway. So that is the picture of what we're looking at for this project. Google also will be providing $4 million over the next 5 years to support projects totaling more than $18,064,885. And I'll detail those projects here in just a minute. Now, how will this tri-party agreement be used to benefit our community? The tri-party agreement being Google, Botetourt Board of Supervisors, and the Economic Development Authority. So basically, Google said, we want you to invest back in your community. And of course, that's something that we wanted to do anyway. That's something that the board had directed us to do. So now we ended up taking a bunch of projects off the CIP, the Capital Improvement Plan, and actually funded those. The funds are in the EDA coffers. The project has been approved through the performance agreement by the Board of Supervisors. So each one of those projects will move forward, and the Economic Development Authority will manage those individual projects. So as we move forward, Botetourt County Public Schools will end up getting capital project $2 million to be used by the Botetourt County School Board in the way that they see fit. And if this is a single project, more than likely the Economic Development Authority would be the ones that would require that to be delivered by the EDA. But anyway, it would end up being $2 million to the school system off the bat. Sheriff's Department. There was a request for 12 new vehicles this year. The Board of Supervisors could only fund 10 of those. So one of these is the additional request. And then one of those also was destroyed in a flooding event back sometime. And so this will get the Sheriff's Department back to full staffing or full vehicle deployment. $162,966. The Sheriff's Department again. We ended up going with the Axon body camera and less than lethal weapon system. Matter of fact, We've got Mr. Dillo up here who has one on, just I noticed just a little while ago. It's the body cam, and it integrates within the car, and it integrates with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office as well for prosecution. So this is a very expensive subscription project. And so one of the things that Google will be doing is paying for most of that subscription over a 10-year period. So the total cost is $2,593,132 that will be attributed from this project to that less than lethal body camera system and to the Commonwealth Attorney and for their data retrieval system. And that will help with law enforcement. It will keep officers safe, and it will keep them accountable as well. Plus, it will end up just helping safety of the community in general. $2,593,132. We're building a new 911 dispatch center. So $750,000 of this money will be attributed toward that center. Not an insignificant amount. Also, we have 3 ambulances on order. Back whenever these ambulances were ordered, some people said, well, how are we going to pay for them? Well, we were not sure, to be honest with you. But with faith, we are able to actually pay for those ambulances when they come in and not finance those. That would have been a typical process. So those should come in August. They're already on the assembly line, and they will be fully paid for with Google money. Thank you, Google. $1,100,000 for 3 ambulances, keeping people safe. Also, something that has been talked about forever was a Daleville fire station. And this is not to build a fire station. This is to pay for some architectural and engineering fees that would be associated for a fire station. There has not even been a location completely picked for that fire station, but we needed to have the money to be able to actually do the A&E work so that we could build something in the future. So Mr. Steve Clinton pushed to make sure that that happened. At one rendition, we had $300,000 in there, and then Mr. Clinton pushed to make sure that we got the full funding. The anticipated amount would be $600,000, and it's there, Steve. Heart monitor replacement. We have heart monitors on a regular cycle that we end up replacing. Those are not cheap, $150,000 a year. And this will end up paying for 2 years of those heart monitors. There again, to help support our fire EMS and the safety of our citizens and of our visitors. Total price, $300,000 toward the heart monitor program. Okay, here's a big one. Fire and EMS again. We ordered 3 fire trucks, 2 engines, and a ladder truck. That will be the first new ladder truck in Botetourt County. And the total cost for that, $3,809,526. However, we have a great fire chief who can squeeze money out of anything. And so he has actually acquired a lot of the money necessary for this, but there was still a gap of funding that was needed, about $600,000. So as a result, whenever those fire trucks come in, and they should go into service in early 26, when they're on the assembly line, they've been ordered for 3 years. That's the backlog. And whenever they do go into service, they will be paid for, unlike many times we've had to finance. So $600,000 toward that project. Parks and Recreation. The Board of Supervisors has absolutely pushed Parks and Recreation to try to get more activities other than just team sports. So one of those things, of course, in today's environment is pickleball, right? And tennis. And so one of the things is that this would end up paying for 2 tennis courts and 4 pickleball courts at the Botetourt Sports Complex for $320,000. And so that project can move forward. That was on the CIP for many years out, and so now it can end up moving ahead. The next one is Parks and Rec, soccer field lighting. We have the soccer fields, we don't have the lighting, and we don't have the restrooms at the soccer fields. So actually, Delegate Austin said, we need to have restrooms over there at the soccer fields. And so we ended up looking at it and actually included that in this project. So that was on an out year of the CIP as well. So $430,000 for the lighting and for the restrooms at the soccer field for local citizens. Now, this was a big one also. Mr. Williamson, I bet you remember the crowd that came about a community center back in 2017, filled up the boardroom and said, we want a community center. We want a community center. And so that's always been on the background. I remember when Dr. Bailey was on the board, he wanted a community center. You remember that, Mac? There were a lot of people had wanted some place to meet. One of the things that we have is the deficit of public meeting space in Botetourt. And so this will end up helping with that. Will not be a panacea. However, this will be a community event center and an office for the recreation program is what is intended. And we would estimated that at $3,600,000, and that will be at Greenfield. Ongoing support for Parks and Recreation. This will just be general support, be $100,000 a year from Google for general support for Parks and Recreation as they seem fit or deem fit and as it goes through the process. So $500,000 from Google. Community development. This is Nicole's department. They've been needing some software, some vehicles, and other capital needs. And this will end up supplying $400,000 from the Google project to help support community development. Also, another one is this would end up being the final payment toward the Botetourt Historic Museum. Delegate Terry Austin has been getting some money from the General Assembly, and this would end up helping to provide the commitment from Botetourt County toward that matching source. So it would be $500,000. And the anticipated location for this museum would be close to the slave quarters that were moved just across the way here. $500,000. Libraries. So this one, the Buchanan Branch renovation. Steve and Amy have been working on this for a long time. They wanted to end up having a branch renovation. And so there was some estimates put out, about $3.5 million to make that happen. So Julie, the funding from Google will end up helping to provide what's necessary for the library, $3.5 million. Now, John Kilby is the chair of the EDA, and I know he's listening, but he wanted to end up having a robust small business development program. We started this last year, a couple of years ago, and it's been funded, but not at the level that we would like to see that. So this will basically double that. And we have funding for 5 years for small business development in Botetourt County. Now, also, as you can imagine, these funds will accumulate some interest over time. And it was decided within the group that, and Google was very supportive of this, was that any interest that comes off of these funds would be used back into the small business development program over the time. So that's going to be more than $250,000. Also, public safety support. When the data center buildings come in for their building permit, they're tacking on an extra $1 per square foot, which these are substantially large buildings. they will tack on $1 per square foot that would be used by fire EMS for, mostly for ambulances replacement into the future. So the total, sorry it's taken so long, but it's tough to spend money like this, right? The total is more than $18,064,250. It's pretty amazing to me. So I would ask Mr. John Hall, Executive Director of the Roanoke Regional Partnership, to come down. Also, John has lived this project, and here's a small token from Botetourt County to you. You can open it now or you can wait, but
Well, thank you. I should have gotten used.
you'll cherish that in
I'll
time.
send you something now. Well, this is an exciting day. I mean, my goodness. I mean, look, I want to congratulate Botetourt County on attracting the first hyperscale data center for the region. We got to congratulate these guys. So let's just reflect a moment on what this means. This represents, this project, an announcement, a commitment of one of the top technology companies in the world, okay, to invest here in the Roanoke region of Virginia, right? And so the Roanoke Regional Partnership has been thrilled to work hand in hand with county administration, Botetourt County Economic Development, and this fine group of leadership here for the better part of 18 months. And this has been an incredible highlight of my career. And this deal ends up being a testament to the Botetourt County team and leadership and what they're capable of doing and what this region is capable of doing. Indeed, this region is capable of incredible economic development wins. The successful attraction of Google is validation of many years of hard work by the partnership to market this region as a technology-forward destination. This project broadens our industrial mix and puts the area on the map in a sector that is increasingly becoming the foundation of the modern economy. Projects like this do not happen in isolation. They bring suppliers, service providers, spin-off opportunities. Over time, this means more technology-oriented businesses will locate in the region to provide really nice economic opportunities. This project will have incredible positive regional economic impact and new activity for the entire region. The announcement is an affirmation of the partnership's long-term strategy that our public and private partners have pursued for years. We've built a region that is attractive not only to traditional industries, but data, technology, innovation-driven sectors. Competency in developing large projects together with VEDP and with local partners, including our record-setting win with Wells Fargo, have paved the way for additional record-setting opportunities like this one, attracting the first hyperscale investment in Southwest Virginia. And so this requires the highest level of competency of the state, regional, and local team. I want to again recognize the efforts of Botetourt County Economic Development, Botetourt County Administration, and the Roanoke Regional Partnership, in addition to Virginia Economic Development Partnership. It was indeed a team effort together with our utility partners at Appalachian Power and Western Virginia Water Authority. So they all demonstrated the ability to perform at the highest levels. So kudos to you, Gary, and your team. We're grateful for the partnership we have with you and with the partnership that we have grown together with Google. So kudos again to this fine group of leaders. So. And Gary and I wish to welcome the Honorable Senator Chris Head.
John, Gary, thank you so much. And to all the Board of Supervisors and to all of you, one of the great honors of my life is being able to represent Botetourt County in the legislature, both previously as a member of the House of Delegates and now as your state senator. And one of the things that affords you is the ability to stand here and be a part of a presentation like this and pretend that you had anything to do with it. And you came in the back end when all the hard work was done over here. And I was really late to the game, even being read in on this. But several months back, as we started talking more about this, it really is an amazing thing. Back during the General Assembly session in January, I got to meet with some of the folks from Google who were in Richmond, and this is not the only project Google does in Virginia, and we're talking about several things. And repeatedly, I don't think I've told you this, Gary, that they spoke so highly of everybody in Botetourt County and how easy it has been to work with and how excited they were to come here. And the biggest struggle that within the Google organization, particularly in California, was getting people to learn how to say Botetourt. So that we'll get them over that real quick. 3 or 4 years ago, I was at an NCSL meeting in Denver, the National Conference of State Legislators, and one of our keynote speakers was Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. And he was talking about what all of us as legislators needed to do and as leaders needed to do to promote economic development in our areas. And he said, the key to doing this, I'm telling you, the key to doing this, if you really want to turn it on, is data centers. He said, you've got to go make sure that it's available, make sure the infrastructure is there, make sure you can get this done. And, then I came back, and right after that, I was driving down 81 and looked up, and we passed that sign, and you'll have all seen it because it's been up there for a long time, that when you enter Botetourt County, what does it say? Now entering Virginia's technology corridor. And then you look around and you go, really? Because it's just nothing but trees and it's beautiful, but it doesn't look like this. And it's really, really exciting to know that that's where we're going. And so I came back from that and I started looking at that sign and saying, what do we need to do to get a data center with just a few people around? And you say that in Richmond, and you say to the folks that were in the data center world that I had access to at that time, and they'd say, well, yeah, but your area doesn't have the broadband infrastructure. So yeah, maybe someday. And your area doesn't have enough power. And your area doesn't have enough water. But then these guys get here and they do one of the most magical things. And that is they look at problems and they don't look at what they can't do and sit down. They say, yeah, but what if we could? What would that look like? What if we could? And when you meet problems or meet challenges with what if, it starts making you think about how to get the doors open. And what if has led to the infrastructure is here for broadband. The power is here that we need. The water is everything that you need to put it in place is here because visionary people looked at this and said, we can do this right here. And it is an amazing thing to see come to Botetourt County. And it is, I'm old enough to remember when at Christmas time, the coolest thing in the world you could do was get the Sears catalog. The wish book would come in the mail as a kid, and you'd flip through all the pages and you'd pick out the 1 or 2 things that you wanted for Christmas and maybe the 3 or 4 or 5 things, and you give them to mom and dad and they say, okay, no, you're not getting all that. You're getting this. Okay. Folks, they just gave Botetourt County the entire wish book and said, you're getting it all. Okay, we're getting it all. That's a big, big deal for Botetourt County. And I'm just thrilled. This is John mentioned this is going to have long-lasting reaches in lots of other areas. The workforce development that this spawns is amazing, and where this can lead down the road is amazing. But for me, I am so thrilled too, because this gives us one more reason, one more great opportunity for our young people. But we have some remarkable young people that have traditionally, in the time that I've been here, largely grown up, looked around, and needed to go get a job, and they leave. And now we have given them every reason to stay right here and prosper and bring and do and be everything that we need them to be on into the future, so that Botetourt is leading the way. So it's just so thrilling to be here and be a part of this. And Gary, thank you and this team for everything that you've done for this, and to the whole Board of Supervisors and to Google, thank you so much for being a part of this and letting me be here and run my mouth for a little bit. So.
So one of the things that we will end up having is we'll have a website that is live on Botetourt County that you can go to for details, and frequently asked questions will be there. And so I would encourage you to do that, and you'll end up seeing a lot of this information. The other thing that Google does in the communities in which they go is that they take in, and the Senator mentioned about workforce development, they take in programs such as the STAR program. That's a skilled trades and readiness program for young people and for a community college program that they will end up having here as part of this. There are numerous other programs that will end up scattering across this Roanoke Valley as a result of Google and the efforts that are here. Also, we are anticipating AI programs and the like that will end up happening here because that's where the world is headed. And so to be able to actually be ahead of that as a community rather than behind that will end up leading, allowing us to lead into the future. I know that John and I had a call with President Tim Sands at Virginia Tech recently, and he was super excited about this opportunity. And from the aspect of research and from the aspect of tying the Northern Virginia campus to the Blacksburg campus to Botetourt as a practical lab for rural communities and the use of AI. So we'll end up seeing more and more of that into the future as well, I predict. So one of the things that I looked at is that in Botetourt, we will be utilizing 312 acres to feed 34,000 people. That's what we'll be doing. And I just want to just put it into perspective is about how that will impact this community will end up being absolutely incredible. The shareholders will gain from this every single day into the future. And that is something that is close to my heart and something that we've always wanted to have happen. And yes, Mr. Clinton, it appears that we're becoming a Google community. So good deal. Now, we've got a couple other folks that would like to say something. Mr. Landon Howard, Landon with Virginia's Blue Ridge would like to say something. And then we've got one other one after that.
Folks, we've won the lottery. Isn't that great? Not only we won the lottery, but you know, this is a special place. I call it a Goldilocks destination. It's just right for all of us. And it's such a wonderful place to live. And now Google's going to find out it's going to be one of the most special places to have this expansion. You know, this is all about regionalism. I'll tell you, Gary, your leadership is just phenomenal. Gary sits on our board for Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge and Executive Committee, and he's always thinking about everybody else. He's always saying, how can we be helpful? How can we help each other? And that collaboration is so key to us all being winners. And that's what we are today, folks. Thanks to Botetourt County and BoCo, we're winners. So isn't that great? So thank you all. Thank you, Gary. And thank you all for your incredible leadership and for the honor of being able to say congratulations.
Thanks.
Also, just because Google has just about worn out the airport, we wanted to get Mike Stewart over here. Now, it's interesting is that very few people in here knew what this was, I don't think. Very few people. John just said, hey, we've got an economic development announcement and come on over. And this is what we ended up with. It was a great turnout. And even Mike didn't know what it was. He called me earlier and said, hey, can you tell me what it is? No, I can't tell you what it is. But others as well. So they came and said, you know what? If you say it's really good, I want to say something about it. So Mike, come on up.
Well, thank you, Gary, and congratulations, Botetourt, and to all of us, because this is a huge win. Most of you know that I came from a little airport up north that had a few data centers around it. The economic impact is not just the data center. It's not just Google. It's everything that's going to come in around it and support it, and all the other things are going to go with it. So the only thing I missed is, I thought you said there was a slide in there that said something about the Roanoke, Blacksburg, Botetourt International Airport runway.
Liz said, stay on screen.
But I stand between you and celebrating. I just want to say congratulations to everybody. I want to say thank you to Gary, to John, to the whole team. That is outstanding work. It is these kind of companies that you bring in that really makes my job easier. They're already burning up the runways, as you will, flying in and out just for this project. But all the people that come in, this is one of those great things that's just going to be a huge economic boom for us. And that's what drives growth at the airport. It's all this activity and all the positive things that we're seeing. So congratulations, hats off to all of us. Congratulations to all of us. Thank you.
Thank everyone for everything that you've said and things of that sort. Sean Horn's up here with Balzer, and Sean, I feel really bad. I'm going to apologize to you as well. Sean's up here because after a Roanoke Regional Partnership meeting, I don't know, 30 minutes later, an hour later, something like that, he calls me and he says, "I'm really hyped up about data centers and this and this and this." And I said, I don't really know much about them. As I hung up the phone just before he called with Google. So I'm sorry, Sean, but I had to, it's a little white lie. Okay. But yeah, there you go. So Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Gary. We have one more order of business. We have a third walk-on agenda item. This is the resolution to approve the Western Water Authority Botetourt Water Replacement Agreement that staff and the Water Authority have been working on for 2 months at least. I think you have all seen that water replacement plan and the resolution. Do you have any questions or concerns? If none, the chair would ask for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Motion. So moved.
Supervisor Clinton, and second was Supervisor Nicely. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to vote. All in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who are opposed to this resolution, please say no. That resolution passes. We now have a time where we can have any additional comments by the Board of Supervisors. Are there any comments at this time?
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes, please.
Listening to all this is just absolutely fantastic. But 18 months ago and how this culminated, Gary in his presentation a long time ago, he'd bring this He-Man taking this rock up a hill, and he'd bring this to the board. And what I see now is that you see Gary pushing this, and then you see John Hall and his team and Gary's team, and then the economic development and the Board of Supervisors pushing this thing forward. Now, I will tell you, there's a lot of back steps in this whole thing. Don't think that Gary was on a high all the time, because there's ups and downs. But one of the things that I really want to go back to is the process of where it came from. And Steve Clinton and the board then had a foresight. So 18 months ago, and if you can remember, 1995 was a time where Greenfield culminated. And so what I'd like to do is just give it a little dedication here. And so for this day, I wrote this down. This day that we've worked towards for a very long time. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, I've seen firsthand the countless hours, the challenging discussions, and the unwavering dedication that has gone on in securing what is now our county's largest financial triumph. This monumental win will undoubtedly pave the way a more prosperous and vibrant future for everyone who calls our county home. I dedicate this success to Mr. Clinton and the collaboration spirit of our community, and to the continued progress we'll make together in the years to come. And congratulations on this remarkable achievement. But I would like to make a motion here, if I could, for this announcement to be dedicated to Mr. Steve Clinton and his foresight of Greenfield and leading us to this monumental win.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And we have a second. Did you get all that, Celeste? Awesome. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion certainly passes.
Well, Horn, thank you so much. Board members, thank you. I am truly touched, surprised, pleased, and in a great position to move this forward with this economic development win. And I can't say that I deserve all the credit that you just said. This whole board does, Gary, the whole team. So it's an incredible day, an important day for Botetourt County. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for your well wishes. And thanks again to the board members.
Of course. Absolutely. There are other comments? With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Supervisor Michael, motion. Supervisor Nicely, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. With pleasure and proudness and celebratory feelings in our hearts, let's adjourn this meeting.